In 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the August 14th, 2024 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022. It is being recorded. Commissioner Stebbins, Camargo, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. As Acting Chair Concepcion is not present for this meeting, I will take the agenda out of order and go to new business. But before we entertain a motion, I'm going to pause right here. And I'm going to ask Attorney Carter for his counsel. We find ourselves in a unique situation once again. I've received calls from stakeholders, so I think it's important to go through the process we're going to entertain right now. For the record, I just want to share that, you and I have had a significant difference of opinion on the designation of the chair with the delegation memo. But moving forward, we want to make sure we stay consistent with state statute. And so, Attorney Carter, if you could just explain the process we're going to undertake and also how many votes it'll take to be able to accomplish that. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So as you may recall, the commission voted to have Commissioner Concepcion act as chair. As she is not present today, I would advise voting to designate a commissioner to act as chair in her absence. And as it relates to your question regarding 3 votes, is what's necessary to carry. That's
okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Attorney Carter. Okay, having said that, I will entertain, is there a motion to designate a commissioner to act as chair for the duration of the acting chair's absence?
So moved. Right. Oh, I'm sorry. I said, I thought you were just doing a motion in general. Sorry, go ahead.
Do either commissioners have a motion? Commissioner Stebbins?
I'd certainly move to ask our secretary, Commissioner Camargo, if she'd like to serve as acting chair.
No, thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for the trust, but not interested. Sure. Commissioner Stebbins, I move to ask you if you have any interest in being acting chair.
I'd be happy to serve as acting chair, hopefully, for this, what we hope will be a short duration, but yes.
So that you're seconding, that was your motion?
So I'll
You state your motion.
yeah, I'll state my motion. So I move to, I'm like stuck right now because it's been a crazy morning. Can you read it for me?
Sure. Let's see. I move to nominate Commissioner Stebbins to serve as acting
Thank
chair
you.
during the duration of the absence.
Thank you.
The acting
Thank you,
chair.
Commissioner Roy. Thank you.
Yes.
Life is real. It's been a hectic morning. But I move to designate Commissioner Stebbins as acting chair until further notice that our acting chair returned.
Is there a second?
Happy to second.
Okay, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy, no. Motion fails. Let the record show the motion fails. 2 in favor, 1 opposed. Is there any other motion language?
You suggest, Commissioner Roy?
Well, as Attorney Carter explained, it takes 3 to carry a vote. So if we're unable to elect an acting chair, then we'd have to gavel out because we can't do our business.
Do you have any other solution or
Well, there's three of us here, so, and you declined it. I was going to also vote in favor of you.
Thank you. I mean, I mean, we just went through the motion, obviously, and it failed, but I don't know what the other solution is. You voted no on this motion, so I don't know if you have another motion.
Well, there's three commissioners, one declined. Sure. And the second motion failed, so there's three commissioners.
Commissioner Stebbins, you have experience on a past commission and have dealt with this kind of stuff. Obviously, we have a lot on the agenda today. We have governance to discuss. We've been working on it for a while now, and you know, we're life is happening, obviously. So we're in this situation this morning. I don't know if you have any thoughts or any perspective on another motion.
Yeah, I mean, Commissioner Roy is, laid out where we are. We need to make sure we can transact some business today. We do want to get through the governance discussion. I guess I would have some, Commissioner Roy, you're currently our treasurer. I guess I have a question for legal counsel. We're taking up the governance charter, which talks about the secretary filling in the role of the acting chair, or the chair. So I just don't want us to do something that necessarily conflicts with the governance charter, but if we approve the governance charter today.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. So the charter is not in effect currently, but I hear your point about moving forward. But yes.
If I may, Commissioner Roy, do you have some perspective on the motion that we just voted on in terms of no, as to why? I mean, you don't have to, but no.
Would you share perspective on declining?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I'm just not interested right now. There's a lot of other responsibilities, and I think Commissioner Stebbins said he would step up to do it, and I think I have confidence in him to do it. And yeah, so do you want to share?
I voted no, and I have my reason.
Okay, okay. So should we take a break, or are we gonna sit here and just look at each other? Because there's a lot of work.
Can take a 5-minute break.
I'm happy to make a motion to ask Commissioner Roy if she'd be interested in serving as the acting chair until the acting chair's return.
I'll second that. I'll do a call on the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
No.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes.
Commissioner Roy? Aye. Let the record show the motion failed. 2 in favor, 1 opposed.
Can we take a break?
Sure. Take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I will generally summarize where we left off. We have the business of voting on an acting chair for the duration of the absence of the current acting chair. We had a motion to nominate Commissioner Stebbins. The motion failed 2-1. We had a motion to nominate Commissioner Roy. The motion failed 2-1. Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy have expressed that they would support and vote yes for Commissioner Camargo to serve as acting chair. Commissioner Camargo has declined. So that generally summarizes where we are.
If I may. If gracefully declined.
Yes, she gracefully declined.
I know we have a lot to do today, and I think we're all excited about today. I move to nominate Commissioner Roy as acting chair for today's meeting.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any comments or thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll second for discussion purposes, sure.
For discussion purpose. Okay, so would you like to open the discussion?
Yeah, obviously, we find ourselves in this situation again. A little reluctant to keep coming back to this, similar to when we filled acting chair's position before. Reluctant to do this again.
Do you have any friendly amendments, Commissioner Stebbins, then?
Not to this motion.
You've seconded. So motion's been made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I will do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
No.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. But the motion failed. Let it show that it failed 2-1. Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any thoughts?
Again, I know Commissioner Camargo has gracefully declined, but I see some value in appointing or asking her to serve as the acting chair again in her role as secretary. As I come back to this document that we're talking about today, which would follow that same process now and in the future. So I'd wonder if she'd reconsider, but again, I think that we're trying to approve a new governance document today that gives us some direction. And as she's currently serving as secretary, that would be consistent with hopefully the governance document that we get to today. So I'd ask her if she'd want to reconsider. And I'll put her on the spot again, but.
Oh, we're all on the spot right now. We're in a spotlight. Commissioner Stebbins, thank you so much. I do know and understand all the conversations we had in governance, and I know that we're going to discuss today's document. I know that there's some precedents within the document. We have not discussed it. We have not voted on the document yet today. I'm happy to put another motion on the table, which is that I move to make Commissioner Roy the acting chair for the next 2 meetings. So we have today's meeting, we have a hearing on Friday. Next Thursday. So, and I think, from there we can, September's, a different, a different month. So, I'm happy to put that motion forward, and go from there.
Is that your motion?
Yes, that's my motion.
I will second it.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, so I'll do a call of the roll.
Sure.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
No.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. Let the motion failed. Let the record show 2 in favor and 1 opposed.
So I have a question. This is so educational, right? Like just sort of going back and forth, having these conversations, full transparency. So I love it. I love what we do. And I look at general counsel for this. Is there a tiebreaker where the executive director here plays a role in this? Okay, this is sort of like.
If I may, this is a decision for the board.
Thank you.
Right. And if I may, since you're running the meeting, general counsel, can you walk me through what gavel out actually looks like? And what is it, how is that implemented and how is that moved? Because if we cannot come to a solution right now, it's 11 a.m. and the governance document in front of us, and we got to figure it out. We can't be wasting time right now. So what does that mean?
I mean, if you're unable to, private consensus, potentially it may be most advisable to adjourn the meeting, because, you know, any decision made, potentially there could be challenge. So that is a concern that we would want to contemplate.
Okay.
Ultimately, you know, I do defer to the wisdom of the body.
Okay.
But, you know, from that perspective, we do have to weigh the legal risks. And, you know, I think the cleanest process, right, would just be relying on the commission's statutory authority, right, to appoint officers and allow for a member of the commission to chair the meeting minimally.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting General Counsel.
So,
Okay, and thank you for your motions, Commissioner Camargo.
yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Do you have something to say?
No, I just want to
Okay.
thank you for your motion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Listen, we've worked hard on this governance document. I know that we're missing commissioners, but so I guess I'll try one more time to find a compromise.
I
And
appreciate that.
yeah, I mean, listen, you know, it is what it is, right? So, we have a public hearing in Great Barrington next Thursday with outside growers. We've been looking forward to it. It's on the books right now. It's scheduled, and then we don't have anything to our September meeting. When is our September meeting? Okay, whenever.
Hmm.
September. Yeah. So if we were to gavel out now, we will then have to do this again before a public hearing on, okay, before a public hearing, before the public hearing. It's a listening session situation. So any of us can run that meeting in terms of it being a listening session. It opens as a public meeting. Yeah.
Acting General Counsel, the listening session scheduled for next Thursday in Great Barrington is posted like a public meeting and it opens as a public meeting. Is that accurate?
I believe so. I have not looked at I don't have the posting in front of me, but I assume, considering that there is a quorum of commissioners, that, you know, we would want to do that. So, I mean, you know, trying to think sort of off the top of my head here, which is, where I'm aware of doing that.
That's fine.
Okay, no,
It's
take your
fine.
time.
It's fine.
If you don't mind, could I close it?
Do you want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, if you
We're gonna recess for 5 minutes.
Before we recess, can I ask a question, if I may, since you're running the meeting?
For your question to whom?
To legal.
That you want publicly?
Yes, yeah, before we go into the legal break. Are we allowed to go into executive session today? Is it on the thing?
It is, but
It's for minutes. All right, 5-minute legal break.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take, just 5 minutes. But
They're on the same page. See what other options we need.
sorry, I missed that meeting.
Debbie, you don't worry about it. I didn't schedule over your meeting. Yeah, I figured.
Stay. We'll warm up like. Can we, mute our mic? Thank you. Okay, I will call the meeting back to order. And we took a pause for Attorney Carter to consult with legal and Acting General Counsel Carter. Do you have any updates that you wish to provide at this time?
Not at this time, Commissioner Roy. I just wanted to talk a few issues through with my colleagues in the legal department.
No problem. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I just asked so we can keep it in Robert's rules. Anyone wishing to comment, raise their hands. We're getting a little conversational. So, but I will just generally summarize. Commissioner Camargo had made a motion to nominate Commissioner Roy to serve as acting chair for this meeting. The motion failed 2-1. Commissioner Camargo nominated Commissioner Roy to serve as acting chair for today's meeting in the meeting next Thursday in Great Barrington. That motion also failed 2-1. So here we are, and we do recognize, this body recognizes that it does need to select an acting chair to effectuate its business today. So hopefully we can achieve that goal. I'm optimistic. So having said that, I will turn to Commissioner Stebbins and see if he has any motion language that he would like to propose to the body.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd be happy to reconsider Commissioner Camargo's last motion if she wanted to make it again.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, would you be willing to entertain your last motion?
Portion of the two.
Yep. So I believe your last motion was to nominate Commissioner Roy to serve as acting chair for today's meeting and for the purposes of next Thursday's meeting in Great Barrington.
Sure. You just said it. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say so moved.
Okay. No, because you're saying the motion.
Yeah,
So
I'm
I'm going to
saying-
look to Commissioner Stebbins. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. So I will do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. That's unanimous. Let the record show. 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Now we may move on. Okay. I want to thank my colleagues for the debate and the conversation, and we got there. Okay, so now I will move forward with today's meeting. I will generally summarize the agenda. We will start with opening comments from commissioners. There are 2 items in the commission discussion and vote section today: governance discussion and vote, and executive session minutes. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. So having said that, I will start with commissioner comments and updates, and I will start in alphabetical order with Commissioner Camargo.
No comments. Looking forward to today's discussion, really. Those are my comments.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any comments?
Just to, again, remind folks, I know it's been promoted really well. We're going to be out in the Berkshires next week. Hopefully anybody who is in the outdoor space is listening into our meeting, and we certainly are anxious to visit with you. It's an interesting license type. It's received a lot of attention from the commission, and there are issues that I know all of us hear about with respect to outdoor cultivation. So looking forward to fruitful discussion and hopefully a great turnout in Great Barrington.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And my only comment will be, let's get to work. So having said that, the first item on today's agenda is governance discussion and vote. It is actually going to be presented by all 3 of us in some capacity. So if commissioners have the document ready, what we're going to do is, I believe we're going to go through each section and make sure that we have consensus. We can take the same approach that we did for regulations, and that is going line by line I have submitted, per AED, she had requested any edits or suggestions or comments that were due to her last week. I had submitted those in a timely fashion. So I do have probably about a dozen comments, suggestions, edits that I submitted into my fellow commissioners. If, of course, if you have any as we go through, we will be more than happy to go through any suggestions or observations or comments that you may have. So does everybody have the document in front of them? We're good?
I have a copy of the document. Was there a red line version that was distributed that had?
I have not seen a red line version. No, okay. Okay, so the title of the document is the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission Charter, a document to promote good governance. So we have a table of contents. I don't really think, unless anyone wants me to read the table of contents, are we good to move past that? Okay, so the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission Charter, a document to promote good governance. The purpose, to foster a positive, productive, and cooperative work environment based on mutual respect, and to provide further guidance concerning the Cannabis Control Commission's duties. Commissioners and the executive director, in collaboration with staff, have established this charter. We have consensus on that. Okay, moving to the next section is background. The general roles and responsibilities of the commission are set out in its governing laws. General Law, Chapter 10, Section 76, General Law, Chapter 94G, Section 4, and General Laws, Chapter 94I, Section 7. The Commission is an independent agency that was established by Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017 in July of 2017. Seeing no hands, I will move forward. Number 2, the mission of the Commission is to honor the will of the voters of Massachusetts by safely, equitably, and effectively implementing and administering the laws enabling access to medical and adult use marijuana in the Commonwealth. The Commission will foster the creation of a safely regulated industry that will create entrepreneurial and employment opportunities and incremental tax revenues in and to communities across the state, and which will be a best practice model for other states. The industry will be characterized by participation by small and larger participants, and with full and robust participation by minorities, women, and veterans. We will develop policies and procedures to encourage and enable full participation in the marijuana industry by people from communities that have previously been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement, and positively impact those communities. I'll pause here. Any comments or questions? Okay. Number 3, the commission is comprised of both the group of 5 appointed commissioners and the administrative agency. Okay. Number 4, pursuant to Massachusetts general laws, Chapter 10, Section 76A, the commission is composed of 5 commissioners, 1 with a background in public health, mental health, substance use, or toxicology, who is appointed by the governor, 1 with a background in public safety, who is appointed by the Attorney General, 1 with the experience in corporate management, finance, or securities, who is appointed by the Treasurer and Receiver General, 1 with professional experience in oversight or industry management, including commodities, production, or distribution in a regulated industry, and 1 with a background in legal policy or social justice issues related to a regulated industry. The latter 2 commissioners are appointed by a majority vote of the governor, attorney general, and treasurer and receiver general. The treasurer and receiver general designates the chair of the commission. Number 5, pursuant to general laws, Chapter 10, Section 76E, 3 commissioners constitute a quorum, and commission decisions and approvals are made by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners. Number 6, the combined expertise, knowledge, and lived experience of the 5 commissioners provides the Commonwealth with the capacities needed to achieve the mission of the commission. I'll pause here. Any questions on that section before we move forward? Seeing none, I will move to roles and responsibilities. Number 1, the commissioners, including the chair. A, as stewards of the commission and in working to achieve the commission's statutory mandates and mission, the commissioners, Romanet I, Act in the best interest of the commission and on behalf of the public. Romanet 2, act to ensure a safe, equitable, and effective medical and adult use cannabis industry. Romanet 3, work with the executive director and commission staff to fulfill commissioner roles and responsibilities with respect for their obligations as public officials to Commonwealth citizens, taxpayers, residents, and stakeholders in the cannabis industry, including but not limited to patients, consumers, and other industry participants. And Romanet 4, work with fellow commissioners in compliance with the Massachusetts open meeting laws. And I'm going to pause right here because I do have a question on Romanet 4. And I'm wondering if we needed to add any language that commissioners will receive annual training in regard to open meeting law. So I don't know if this is appropriate in this section or under the secretary when it talks about training, but I do want to get my input from my fellow commissioners. I know we talk about trainings quite a bit. Open meeting law is very important. So I will turn to Acting General Counsel Carter. Any thoughts about open meeting law training, if it's appropriate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would agree that compliance with the open meeting law is just so very important for the function of our work here. So I do think roles and responsibilities might make sense just to set expectations with commissioners. So I think that if you would like to expand A4, we could include such language as work with fellow commissioners in compliance with the open meeting law and attend trainings.
How about commissioners will participate in annual open meeting law training?
And commissioner.
So Acting General Counsel, do we have a person who's doing these edits?
Yes,
Who is?
we do. We have our amazing paralegal, Avania Corrales.
Thank you, Avania, and she is amazing. Okay, thank you. So she's going to be able to capture what edits we make.
Yes, I just want to make sure though, because the dialogue does move fast. So I just want to make sure that I'm capturing it on my end too. So the language that you proposed, Commissioner Roy did relate to, and the commissioners will attend.
Will participate in annual open meeting law training. Let me pause here, Commissioner Margot.
I'm fine with that. I think it's great. And just to give us fellow commissioners or my fellow commissioners an update, at the last meeting I had mentioned reaching out to the Attorney General's office in order to get a refresher course on open meeting law. Also, I think it's no secret, and the Boston Globe is actually sitting here this morning, but there is a leak at the commission. There are either at the commissioner level or at the staff level, folks continue to give out information to media on personnel matters and all kinds of other stuff. So while reading this, I also thought about, is there anything that we need to do as commissioners to make sure that we're also in compliance with information that we get here, right? Confidentiality. I don't, do we need to sign something? Do we need to say it? At this point, it's ridiculous how much information, especially personnel, private matters are being leaked to the commission. I mean, from the commission to the media. It's disrespectful, it's ridiculous, and it is messing with people's, livelihood. And someone here is doing it. So my question to all of us is, should we do some of that here?
Let me pause right here. So Commissioner Camargo, and let me first ask Commissioner Stebbins, any thoughts on both ideas that have been brought forth? Annual open meeting law training, and then Commissioner Camargo offered concerns around information being leaked, and any thoughts around that issue?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And just trying to give it some thought, whether, applies here, whether as we go through the rest of the governance document, we can find another appropriate place for it to be. But obviously, this commission obviously abides by the open meeting law. This commission is required by law, has an enhanced code of ethics that we're all required to follow, as well as provisions within the employee handbook. I'd like to just think about this question as we go forward, see if there's another place to put it, or, we can come back and think that it needs to be in roles and responsibilities.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. So, Attorney Carter, we're going to put a pin in that. And then at the end, we'll revisit it to find the appropriate place and perhaps incorporate Commissioner Camargo's idea around confidentiality.
Yeah.
Commissioner Camargo, do you have any?
Yeah, I'll just add too, is that I know we talked a lot about the handbook in governance. So I think, acting executive director and our CPO, Debbie, I think it's also something we need to think about because staff also need to be mindful about confidentiality in this place. And again, as it pertains to personnel matters. So I put a pin on it, but I just want to, this governance document is for us to be implemented, to manage this commission, and for the new executive director that comes in, and for future commissioners. And what is happening as we speak is unethical.
Yes, and thank you, because I was going to ask you, and before you make your comment, AED, Hilton Creek, could you just give us an update? I know you've been working on the employee handbook. I believe you're updating it. If you could just briefly give us an update, and maybe there's something about confidentiality that needs to go in there, but if you could just give us an update and then whatever additional comments that you had. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are updating the employee handbook, and we're looking at all the policies. Obviously, the handbook had not been updated in maybe a couple of years or so, and so we need to bring the policies current. One of the things that we are also working on in HR is that we need to take a look at the onboarding process. So we have an onboarding process right now that is also going to be in revision. And that will include onboarding for anyone entering the commission or coming to the commission, meaning commissioners, new employees, the new ED, everyone will need to go through this onboarding process. In addition to that, we will be working on annual trainings for all staff. The confidentiality issue had been discussed within the HR team, and that's the other initiative that we're going to be putting forward. But all of this will come with the completion of the policy manual. And it is no longer going to be called a handbook, it's going to be the Human Resources Policy Manual. And so the trainings, the policies, the onboarding, all of these will tie nicely together. And anyone, as I mentioned, coming into the commission will have to go through those trainings.
Thank you, Debbie. And do you have a general sense of when the new policy manual will be ready?
So hopefully we'll have legal review by the end of August into early September. So we're hoping to roll out the new policy manual sometime around the end of September when we have our Staff Appreciation and Development Day.
That's great. And may I make a recommendation that not only for new employees, so for those of us who have been here, existing employees, if there could be maybe a tutorial as what's new, the updates, maybe we could have a Teams meeting just to highlight what's new, whatever updates are in there, how it differs from the previous handbook, I think would be helpful for all of us.
Absolutely. We definitely will have lunch and learn sessions.
Fantastic.
Where we will roll out the new policy manual, and individuals or employees, commissioners, everyone will have an opportunity to ask questions, because interpretation of policies are, really critical moving forward. So, yeah.
Okay.
There is a plan in place.
Thank you, Debbie, for that update. Okay, so we put a pin in that and we will move forward to B. As policymakers, the commissioners, Romanet I, deliberate on and make policy decisions on the overall direction of the commission and the medical and adult use cannabis industry in Massachusetts. And Romanet 2, may delegate statutory responsibilities of the commissioners to the executive director. I'll stop right here. I have a comment on B, Romanet 2, where it says may delegate statutory responsibilities of the commissioners to the executive director. I want to suggest this for contemplation for my colleagues. I think we should include also undelegate our statutory responsibilities. So we may delegate or undelegate statutory meaning our statutory commissioners' statutory authority. So not the executive director's statutorily given authority, but the commissioners. So in the past, to put it into context, the previous cohort of commissioners had delegated a number of administrative functions that was under the purview of the commissioners to the executive director or the executive director's delegate. But commissioners also have the ability to undelegate what they previously delegated. Is that correct, Acting General Counsel Carter? So commissioners can delegate as they previously have the authority to undelegate from that list. Is that correct?
You would be correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'm wondering if we should include, because it reads one way right now, and I'm wondering if we should add anything about undelegating.
Just so that there's no assumption.
Ambiguity.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, so let's look at this and propose some language. May delegate or undelegate statutory responsibilities of the commissioners to the executive director. Do you have any edits for that, Acting General Counsel?
Off the top of my head, no. The word undelegate is sort of an interesting one. Like, I'm wondering if it's grammatically correct. But other than, I think the concept I understand. I think may delegate or rescind. I don't know if there's a better word. So if you don't mind if I think about it for a minute.
Yep. Okay. So Avania, we'll put a pin in that. That's section B, Romanet 2.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, let me put right where the pins are.
I started tracking them.
Give me a minute. So we're on
Page 2, there's a pin. Section 1, Romanet 4.
and then the other pin was on open meeting law, so Romanet 4. So we have 2 pins so far. Okay, I will keep going then. C, as regulators, the commissioners promulgate regulations for medical and adult use marijuana. And I have one other question, Attorney Acting General Counsel Carter. When the commissioners delegate their authority to the executive director, does the executive director also become an adjudicator? So they're an administrator. So have we delegated anything that would make the executive director not only an administrator, but an adjudicator?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Acting Chair. So when we think about the 30A process, right, we know that an individual doing the fact finding cannot be the same person who is the decision maker ultimately, because we know under 30A that there is due process considerations and fairness requirements. So I'm thinking about, maybe an investigatory process, maybe a suitability process, where whether it's the executive director or a hearing officer potentially would hear a matter and make a determination. In those instances, right, the sort of appeal process is up to the full commission, meaning that the hearing officer or the executive director in those instances could not be the one deciding because they had already participated and had knowledge of the facts. When we think about these matters with 30A, like the record it all has to be contained in the record. We can't be using outside information, for example. So the delineation of process, or a firewall, as our old CIE used to call it, is very, very important. to ensure procedural fairness.
And I agree. And thank you, Acting General Counsel. So I'm going to propose language, this section, that the executive director may not serve as an adjudicator.
I think we can,
Would you mind if I think about that one a little bit? Only because.
There's no rush.
Okay.
Do that. Yes, I know. These are like, this is unusual. We're in unique uncharted waters, so it's better to take our time to contemplate these things. So no problem. On D, moving forward as licensors, the commission, Romanet I, consider and take any relevant action on applications for licensure and licenses, including deciding on the suitability of the applicants and enforcement actions, including but not limited to the revocation and suspension of licenses. Romanet II, maintain separation and impartiality between their adjudicatory and administrative functions as detailed in paragraph 11 of the section on interactions between and among commissioners, executive director, and staff. And Romanet III, accredit education providers to operate responsible vendor training programs. Any comments or questions from my fellow commissioners? Okay. Moving to E. In relation to the administrative agency, the commissioners, Romanet I, hire, discipline, and terminate the executive director. Romanet II, in consultation with the executive director, establish and vote to approve the annual goals of the executive director and may participate in activities that support those goals. Romanet III, consider and approve the commission's proposed fiscal year budget request that reflects the commission's strategic priorities. Romanet IV, review spending and remaining resources at the midpoint of each fiscal year. Romanet V, conduct assessments and performance reviews for the executive director in relation to the executive director annual goals. And Romanet VI, approve job descriptions for new and significantly revised positions proposed by the executive director. Before we move to F, I have two comments on E. Section E, Romanet 5. Executive, I have in my notes, executive director performance review in public. I said currently there is open meeting workaround for this process. So currently the executive director's performance review is done outside of public meeting, and it's synthesized behind the scenes by one commissioner, and that synthesized review is then presented to the executive director. So is this a process that we want to continue to keep it outside of public view? Or is this something we want to do in public? And I'm just going to throw that out there. Is we want to continue to keep it outside of public view and synthesize? It's like a workaround. Or is it something we want to bring forward and do in public? And you led that initiative, so Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, it's a great question. Good question. Yeah, we created a new process because the previous process really did not allow a executive director, any executive director, to kind of get that thoughtful feedback. And it's feedback that is right now compiled from all commissioners. It is anonymized. It is all presented to presented to the executive director, again, kind of keeping in compliance with the open meeting law. And then the kind of collected version or a report is then presented in public meeting. It certainly doesn't prohibit any commissioner from raising any of their own viewpoints or assessment of the ED's performance. And certainly we look at that document in a public meeting, and commissioners can add comments to that document in a public meeting. But, I'm comfortable with the way we revisited it, voted it back into practice, or voted a new process into practice. And again, it's around compliance with the open meeting law. At the same time, we do have a public discussion about the executive director's performance at the end of the day, and obviously then vote to make a recommendation on a salary adjustment that reflects that that overall performance review. So I'm comfortable with the way we do it. I think it's okay to, having it in the charter talks about the need for us to do an assessment and a performance review. So I think that's consistent. I think if we wanted to go back and revisit the process that we've approved separately, we could do that as an agenda item, but I'm comfortable with the language that we have here.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Camargo, any thoughts on that?
I agree.
Okay, so we'll keep that as is. Oh, and while we're on this topic, I know we've discussed this numerous times, but is this a time to determine whether we want to shift from a calendar year to a fiscal year? Commissioner Stebbins, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, great question. And we've brought this up before. A fiscal year starts July 1, goes through June 30th. Right now, we evaluate the whole team on a calendar year. And I think it somewhat puts the it somewhat puts the ED at a disadvantage. They lay out their goals at the beginning of the calendar year, knowing that they're looking at resources that they still have to use for 6 months, and then hopefully making a successful plea to get a budget for the next 6 months. I know a lot of work has been done on the administrative side to align performance review of our entire team right now on that calendar year. I'm open to going back but I mean, it will be right now a seismic shift for us to move it to a fiscal year. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Certainly you see the benefits of that. Again, I think where we have it still discusses our authority to do that review and assessment of the ED. But I think there's a lot of other pieces, a lot of other dominoes that would fall if we suddenly made a shift to the fiscal year. I see the benefits of doing it. It's been talked about a lot. I think for the purposes of this document, it's giving us the authority, but again, it's kind of an outside process that has a lot of other moving pieces to it that I'd be a little reluctant to try to incorporate that here. I'd rather incorporate it in the other policy.
Commissioner Camargo, any thoughts on fiscal versus calendar year?
I would ask the acting executive director and CPO if she has any thoughts on it. Because I think about staff evaluations and performances and how I've heard in terms of how it works with the executive director goals, and then how it trickles down to our team's goals and performance and all that stuff. So I think, Debbie, you may want to comment on this.
Acting AED?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So the evaluation process that we have right now, it would be ideal for us to, sorry about that. It would be ideal for us to switch to a fiscal process. And the reason for that is because it would align with our fiscal,
I agree.
our financial goals, right? And it would also align with reviewing employees, our budgeting process, and as Commissioner Camargo said, it also aligns with the goals of the ED. And it would, however, and I've had this conversation actually I believe it was around October of last year, prior to the departure of the COO. And it would take us at least a couple fiscal years to get it on the fiscal track because of the changes we'd have to make. And may I also add that we would look at the evaluation process, because the evaluation process that we have right now is not, optimal.
Thank you. And I agree with your assessment. And I think it's an aspirational place we need to get to, because I think it would reflect positively, not only for the ED to be able to attain their goals, but the staff when the budgeting is in alignment with the evaluation. And so I think it makes sense. So maybe not for today's purposes, or maybe, I don't know, do we incorporate that language? But I think if it takes a few years, I think that's something that we need to work towards. It just makes sense that your goals, the staff's goals, department head's goals would be aligned with the fiscal year. So may I ask, can you propose anything as far as being able to achieve this goal, even if it took a few years? What do you recommend to the board?
I would recommend that this be a goal for the incoming ED. And in collaboration with the CPO and the human resources team. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, so let me turn to my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Camargo, are you in agreement with that assessment to eventually move to fiscal year evaluations for the not only ED, but chiefs, department heads, and staff?
I'd be curious to hear Commissioner Stebbins if he has any comments, just because he's gone through this process and has been leading the evaluation. I also remember when I was sitting as the treasurer, we were having this conversation, but it's going to take us almost 2 years to kind of get on it, or you know what I mean? So future goals, but we have to decide. And then we, again, thinking about the team, and people get really nervous around performance evaluation, right? And everyone here is, we're great at what we do, right? So I just want to be mindful of that. If we put it in this document today, that the expectation is that it's not happening, when does it start, and then what's the process? So I don't know, Commissioner Stebbins, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I think it's, again, my own experience. We came in, I saw a process that I was worried about how it worked. I was worried about whether it was in compliance with the open meeting law. We approved a new process. As Commissioner Camargo touched upon, we've built out a process that I think we're maybe still a year or two into it, looking at how the ED's goals, which we approve, how they kind of cascade down to each department, how each department kind of has a piece in the success of reaching those goals. I like the idea of exploring moving it to a fiscal year for the reasons I just talked about. But I also hear what our acting ED and CPO is saying in terms of what a transition from our current process to a new process, how that would take, how that would look, how that would be respectful of our employees without causing huge disruptions. Is I'm looking at the language now, I'm comfortable leaving it where it is, because again, we're trying to approve this document. When we get later into the document, when we talk about charter review and, taking it up again, I think the first kind of review might be at that window if we undertook that shift, that this group of commissioners or future commissioners could decide at that point to go in and change it to fiscal year performance. As to, right now we say annual goals. We don't say whether that's calendar year annual goals or fiscal year annual goals. So I think we have some berth, wide berth within the current language that we can keep to the process that we have. But I think, it's everybody's intention to shift to a fiscal year to make it more beneficial, more in line with budget requests and, again, being able to then shift the entire team over that new process.
And thank you for that, Commissioner. So if I understand you, you don't, it shouldn't be in this section. Are you proposing to put it in the section when we review the charter, or leave the language out completely?
I'd say the language we have now is broad enough that it would allow us to accommodate a shift
So
at
we're good.
such time that we can work on.
Perfect. Okay, thank you for the discussion. The other comment I had is section, let's see, E, Romanet 5, at least one and no more than 2 commissioners shall serve on each interview panel for all directors, chiefs, and C-suite level positions. So I was proposing to add language to E. Romanet 5 currently reads, approve job descriptions for new and significantly revised positions proposed by the executive director. At least one and no more than 2 commissioners shall serve on each interview panel for all directors, chiefs, and C-suite and/or C-suite level positions. Any thoughts or comments on that? Commissioner Stebbins?
I like the idea. I don't know if we want to build it out as a new Romanet 7.
Okay.
Right now we've incorporated it as kind of just a best practice. I like chiefs and directors because we can see where those are in the org chart. I'd be a little reluctant to incorporate C-suite because that might mean something different to different folks. I think we have an idea of what that would mean for, it's a term used a lot, obviously, in corporate settings, but certainly chiefs, directors. I think it's been a good practice. You and I have had the chance to sit in on some interviews. It's helpful, especially with those positions that have bear a direct impact on how the commission functions. But I would separate that out from the approving new job descriptions because I think it's a separate component of our work. But building in some language there that said, I think you said, one, obviously no more than 2, because we want to keep in compliance with the open meeting law. Commissioners shall participate in interviews for positions at the chief level and director level.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Before I propose the motion language for Romanet 7, Commissioner Camargo, any thoughts on Commissioner Stebbins for Romanet 7?
Yeah, I mean, just the whole conversation, I'll go with the majority, but I just feel, so I think we have to give commissioners the option to do that, not sort of like we have to. I think that, we have to trust executive directors or have faith in them, not that we did in the past. I'm just saying we're moving forward to be able to hire top talent, which is what we have here. And I want to be careful, and we talked about this a lot, that we're blurring the lines between commissioners having their hand in the HR cookie jar. So, but I do agree that it could be an option. At times, we may have too much on our plates that we can't participate in that. And or just, the ability to say no. So to me, it's sort of like, I think it needs to be something optional. I don't know how other commissions do it. I think, when I'm reading this over again, I also think about, promotions. I don't want to get involved in promotions, but I want to make sure that there is a fair process in promotions. Again, may not be part of this, but that's where my thoughts are.
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Camargo. So I think there's a way to thread both thoughts, but Commissioner Stebbins, I see your hand.
Yeah. And I hear Commissioner Camargo's concerns and thoughts. I think we've all participated in being part of a screening. I want to be clear that these are still positions that the executive director has the authority to hire, promote, fire, dismiss, whatever they need to do. So it's helpful for us to be part of the screening because there are some positions, and I'm looking at our acting legal counsel, and a legal counsel position does have tremendous amount of interaction and responsibilities to individual commissioners. So happy to work on some language. It should be optional. You know, I know I declined the opportunity to serve kind of on a screening committee for one position due to other work I was doing. So I do want to make it optional, but I also want to make it clear that we're not taking any responsibility away from the executive director. It's input only, it's feedback, but it is not the determinant factor. The ED should still have that responsibility.
Thank you, Commissioner Stubbs. And I think that language satisfies that component in it. And so let me just take a crack at it. Okay, so for section E, if we have a new Romanet 7, at least one and no more than 2 commissioners will serve on each interview panel for all chiefs and directors. I want to put at their discretion. So commissioners at their discretion. So at least one and no more than 2 commissioners shall serve at their discretion on each interview panel for all directors and chiefs.
Yeah. Why directors? When chiefs are the ones that are managing their directors. And the ED is managing the chiefs and we're managing the ED.
Commissioner Camargo, so are you proposing just the chiefs level?
I'm asking, you know, for conversation.
Okay. Commissioner,
Again, I'm sorry, just going back to my comment before, it's kind of like, okay, so what we're gonna sit on every, you know, how far does this go? And how much are we getting involved or commissioners are getting involved in director roles? Again, I'm looking at us and including the CPO and acting executive director as well for perspective.
thank you. Debbie, do you have any thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I think we get to we start blurring the lines of responsibilities in the reporting structure. And I think that chiefs, you know, they have the autonomy to hire their talent, their candidates. I think if commissioners wanted to participate in interviews, you know, that could be at the discretion of the commissioner who is wanting to. I think there is some value in a commissioner interviewing with, say, when we're bringing in a chief, obviously the ED. However, I think it should be left at the discretion of the commissioners if they want to participate.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, any thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with either, you know, the option or the invitation. I hear the thoughts about, you know, keeping it at the chief level. And I think, you know, Debbie, your point is well taken about the director level. I don't want to start interceding and intruding on, you know, a person's ability or a chief's ability to hire people for their team. Just thinking through some language, again, capturing chiefs, those are important roles. And again, you know, to quote the term, it's kind of a advice and consent responsibility, but I don't want to exclude other potential roles. And I think this is what you were trying to hit it.
Commissioner Stebbins, I'll give an example, like Deputy General Counsel, not a chief. It's an important role. And I know some commissioners have participated in that interview panel. So I'm just piggybacking on what you're expressing.
No, I think there's I like the responsibility of the invitation to interview or be part of a screening committee with chiefs. I would also, and there's probably some wording we need to work on of, positions that might be created that have a direct reporting responsibility to us. I know he's put on the hat of chief of staff and other roles, but that's a chief role, I guess, right? So that would fit under the description, but carving out a responsibility for us to be part of the screening committee, again, not making the ultimate decision, be part of screening for chief roles. I think anything kind of beyond that would be inserting ourselves a little bit too much. And again, be clear, it's kind of an advice and consent role that we're playing as part of the process and providing our feedback.
So, okay, I'll take another crack at this. Section E, Romanet 7. At the discretion of the commissioners, at least one and no more than 2 commissioners shall serve on each interview panel for all chief level positions. Commissioner Camargo.
At the discretion of the commissioners. What does that mean?
I'm trying to incorporate what you said, the option to say yes or no.
Okay.
Acting General Counsel.
Instead of a shall, should it be a may?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want me to reread that?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
Avania.
don't mind.
Section E, Romanet 7. At the discretion of the commissioners, at least one and no more than 2 commissioners shall serve on each interview may serve on each interview panel for all chief level positions. I'll say it again. Section E, Romanet 7. At the discretion of the commissioners, at least one and no more than 2 commissioners may serve on each interview panel for all chief level positions.
Just a clarifying question. What if multiple commissioners want to serve on the same role, the same panel? Do we want to sort of spell out how we would decide assignments?
That's a great question. And I'm going to say that could fall under the chair section.
Correct.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Cuarto.
Actually, let's finish this conversation and because I have a comment on 6.
Okay.
And kind of where it could be. So.
Okay. Let's see. So.
I think we're in agreement, right?
Yes. Okay. So do we have consensus on that? Board does. Okay. Commissioner Camargo, you have a comment on Romanet 6.
Yeah, thank you. So approve job descriptions for new and significantly revised positions proposed by the executive director. New and significantly. So new is it's obvious, but then significantly. Yes.
So are you directing a question?
Yeah, I'm just, let's
Okay.
talk about it.
Okay. Thank you. So, AED, do you have any comments on Romanet 6 in defining significantly? So Romanet 6, approve job descriptions for new and significantly revised positions proposed by the executive director. So Commissioner Camargo's question is, could we provide a little edification around significantly?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So if the job description is going to be significantly changed, more than likely it's a new position. So I don't anticipate that, any job will be significantly changed. There may be, times when someone may have an additional responsibility added to a job description, but there shouldn't be any significant change to a job description. Because again, that would be evolving into a new position or a new role.
Thank you. So then is significantly not necessary. How about approve job descriptions for new and revised? Commissioner Camargo.
Yes. Commissioner Stebbins, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
No. I'm making a comment to him, but I have a comment.
Okay,
Yeah, but my comment also to him. I'm not gonna give him the floor to speak. Bruce, I don't know if you're thinking the same thing, but I think this section in terms of dormant roles that we as commissioners have approved and are sitting and then get revised and then don't significantly and then don't come back to us and then get hired. Right? So that's what I'm thinking in this one. So I think we need clarification and or if is it just new? So, and again, I know
Thank you.
this is why we're having the open conversation.
Commissioner Stebbins.
That's a great point. I was gonna suggest, approve job descriptions for new or significantly revised positions, because I don't necessarily, they may not be the same thing. I wouldn't want somebody to confuse that, well, it's a new position and significantly revised position. So new or significantly revised position. But I hear you, Commissioner Camargo, in terms of, an old position that the executive director, might want to post again. Trying to think of how we would include that in this section.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo.
I said it, I kind of just spoke at it.
Yeah.
I said old.
So thank you, Commissioner Camargo. So I think an example would be, we approved over a year ago, a deputy ED position. And that's been well over a year now. So if that was to get, would that be an example of what you're thinking of? In other words, something
Yeah,
I've approved a while ago, that's kind of sat in the queue or sat dormant, and it's going to get posted. So should we revisit that as a board? And I think, is that,
Yeah, I think any position, right? Because I think there might have been dormant positions and or positions that we've already approved, to your point. And we approved, and I'll take us out of it, right? So we approved, let's just say we approved the deputy, what did you say? The deputy ED position? So it's sitting right now, it's approved. If we leave, the executive director, when we leave, the executive director, revisits it, does some changes. We, as the first set of, or second set of commissioners, are the ones that sort of created that position, or approved it. I would think that those commissioners, let's say, when that comes up, an old position, want to look at it and revise it. So yes, I'm talking out loud, right? Because we got to think this through. I'm a visual person, so, but that's, I guess.
and I agree with you. And so is there a way we can put a time limit? In other words, after 1 year, the position must be brought back before the board. I don't know if it's just throwing it out there for an idea. Commissioner Camargo.
I was gonna say, what's best practices, with stuff like this? Because
Well,
I always think about whatever we've approved, especially this document, is gonna be implemented when we vote on this, but I keep thinking about the future of the commission, right? The reason that there's been so much conversation around this is that this is our governing document. So we got to think about future.
Exactly. Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, let me just put something else out there for consideration. I do think we ought to have a role in approving job descriptions for new positions or significantly revised positions, and we could try to define that all day. I think, we need to keep in mind that as commissioners, we have a role and responsibility in approving the overall fiscal budget. And if a new ED came forward and said, I want to fund this position, regardless of how long it's been dormant, how long, they got to put a price tag on it. And I would urge us to think that might be the other opportunity where we interject ourselves, so we don't try to get too granular in here, but that's a role and responsibility, and we should think about that as we get into budget consideration section. But I think that's really where our authority comes into play. You know, ED would have to justify why they're adding that position or filling that position. And we can, in the commission would decide as a whole, do we want to fill that position? Do we have the revenue to, do we have the money to fill that position? So again, my suggestion would be approve job descriptions for new or significantly revised positions. And I certainly appreciate the acting ED and CPO's thoughts on a revised position. It does almost become a new position, but just make sure there's transparency there, that new position or significantly revised position. And then let's think about in the budget process and the authority we have there in terms of not wanting to get too in the weeds of trying to come up with significant or dormant or expired or a bunch of other terms.
Yes, I was going to turn to you, Debbie. Absolutely.
Thank you. So any job that is significantly revised, again, is probably a new position, which would come before the commission for approval. There's only one situation that would allow for a significant change within a job description, even within a department structure. It's a structural change. So if we're looking at, for example, if we had a void in any one of the departments where, we need to create a new position or we need to redirect talent, it becomes a new job description. So structural changes are really what drives, and organizational change are really what drives those significant changes. It's not, your typical, as an example, an HR generalist. I may take a look at the HR generalist and I'll look at their skills and where they are needed most within the department. And I can restructure their job description to meet those needs within the department, but it would not be a significant change because an HR generalist is a generalist and is expected to, be functional in all or competent in all functional areas of HR. So really, it's organizational changes and structural changes that really drive the significance in a change in the job description.
Okay. Thank you, Debbie. And I hear you, and I hear Commissioner Stebbins changing the and to or. And would it be too cumbersome if we struck significantly and just left it at revised? So in other words, if you have a job description we approved 1 year ago and you decide there's a need for that, it's been approved. So when we approve these job descriptions and they're written out, there's a date, correct? There's a date on them. So even you by changing the date, say you posted 1.5 years from now. So the new date is a revision to an existing, you would have to bring it in front of us. So I'm wondering if it satisfies the board to just get rid of significantly, go with Commissioner Stebbins or revised, because if something's, the board might, what the board thought was good idea 1.5 years ago may no longer think it's a good idea. So, and if it's been sitting there idle for 1.5 years and you do have the approval so it might behoove the board to have to look at it again and say, maybe what we thought we needed 1.5 years ago, we no longer need that. So by just getting significantly and put revise, even by a simple change of the date, you're revising it. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that would make sense. And I think what the commission is getting to is that, we don't want to have organic growth. Meaning, a job description could be revised, it becomes a new position or not necessarily a new position, but there's a pay change that comes with it and for budgetary reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a revised
Makes sense.
would do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to avoid those organic growth and that's one of the areas that we look at in HR. especially when we're posting promotional opportunities, that we're not creating organic growth
Yes,
and we're adding positions that were not approved. So I get it.
thank you, Debbie. And thank you for Commissioner Camargo for highlighting this. So I'm going to propose,
I'm sorry, Madam Acting Chair,
Yes.
I think Attorney.
oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Attorney Carter.
Yes, if I may make one suggestion, instead of could we do and or instead of one or the other? I think, okay. that would be
Okay,
better.
thank you, Attorney Carter.
And the other thing I'll just flag for the board's contemplation, right? Revised positions, that there may, depending on business needs. I mean, it may have to come before the board on some type of regular basis, right? So just flagging the sort of process time that would be required in order to comply, because a revised job description, if it's sort of ministerial in nature, by removing the word significantly, to your point, like if a date was changed, something like that, that would all have to go up. So just flagging that for your contemplation.
Commissioner Stebbins?
It's a good point. And I'm reluctant to. I think I know what we're all trying to capture. I also think I would not want to handcuff a director, handcuff a manager who's just making some shift in somebody's responsibilities, right? I wouldn't want us to slow down that process by, having our acting ED or an ED say, I'm adding this responsibility to somebody's job. I'd want to avoid that because I think that would make the process clunky. Hate using that word, but we don't want to all of a sudden be a roadblock to you're doing a great, or look at it the other way, you're doing a great job. We want to give you more responsibilities. Here's, that opportunity for you. I don't think we envision that something that would have to come back before the commission. So, I don't know if we want to just put a pin here and we can come
Okay.
back to it.
So before we put a pin, I just want to generally summarize that the language would, that we're contemplating or putting a pin in, would be approved job descriptions for new and or revised positions proposed by the executive director, or option 2, approved job descriptions for new and or significantly revised positions proposed by the executive director. So it wouldn't be ministerial edits. So if we want to put a pin in that, Ivania, acting general counsel, that's Romanet 6. We can visit that at the end, and I'm going to put a pin in my notes too. Thank you. We got a lot of pins. Okay.
Expected.
I know. Anything else, Attorney Carter, before I keep going? Thank you. Okay, so moving on to F. The commissioners contribute, but are not limited to, their topic-specific expertise and lived experience to address all commission matters. Moving on to G. The commissioners serve as official agency spokespersons, and I'm going to pause here because I do have notes. I have section G needs to be clarified. Who determines which commissioners serve as spokespersons and when? So I'll throw that out to my fellow commissioners, and I will also throw it out to AED or acting GC if they have any comments. Again, I will read G. The commissioners serve as official agency spokespersons. Do we need to qualify that any further?
I don't think we do. I think this is declarative. It's like we all have the opportunity to serve as official agency spokesperson, and we can interject ourselves where we feel comfortable, where we feel it's appropriate. But I don't look at this as dependent on somebody's blessing, I guess.
I do.
Okay.
I read this as is. The commissioners serve as official agency spokesperson. I think what your comment, Commissioner Roy, acting chair, I think I know what you're asking. And I think that a lot of that other stuff is in the communications, portion.
Okay.
And I think we also discussed that a lot in terms of how media inquiries come in. And when they do come in, who assigns them, who works with the communication team, blah, blah, blah. And I think a lot of that is there. Because I think we spent a lot of time on that. But for this sentence, I think it speaks to itself right now.
Okay, so we'll revisit that concept when we get to communications. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to read H now. As public officials and notwithstanding their role as adjudicators, the commissioners, Romanet 1, share expertise, updates, and insight on the development of the industry and engage stakeholders to learn and understand all aspects of the cannabis industry in accordance with commission-approved policy. Romanet 2, contribute to public awareness and engagement with the commission on issues affecting the cannabis industry, medical and adult use consumers, and the public. In Romanet 3, may advocate for policies and testify before legislative and regulatory committees in support of official commission business. I'll pause here. Keep going. Number 2, the commission chair. A, has and exercises supervision and control over all affairs of the commissioners. And I'm going to pause right here because section 2, the language as written, directly contradicts the enabling statute in H, which reads in statute, chapter 10, section 76H. The chair shall have and exercise supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission, which is in a rub with A, which says has and exercises supervision and control over all the affairs of the commissioners. So it's in, it's a direct rub with the enabling statute.
I almost think that's a typo.
Oh, it is?
So I was not in these engagements, but I thought maybe it might be helpful for us to have a brief discussion on how to interpret a statute and sort of the constructs that a court uses when looking at statutory interpretation. So when we interpret a statute, the same as the reg, the court starts with the text of the regulation. Language should be given its effect consistent with its plain meaning. If the language is clear and unambiguous, it must be interpreted as written, unless doing so would produce a unworkable result. A statute or regulation is ambiguous when reasonably well-informed persons can understand the regulation in 2 or more different ways. A statute or regulation, if a statute or regulation is ambiguous, the agency's reasonable interpretation is generally entitled to deference. So we also know when a statute does not define its words, we give them their usual and accepted meaning, so long as these meanings are consistent with statutory purposes. We derive their words and their usual and accepted meaning from sources presumably known to the statutes and actors, and other contexts such as definitions. When provisions appear to conflict with each other, a reviewing court first must endeavor to harmonize those harmonize them. The court avoids an interpretation that renders any provision entirely superfluous. So as it relates to the provision that you cited, Commissioner Roy, under 76(6)H, we know, right, that when we interpret a statute, we don't just read one sentence, we read the entirety of it. So this section, right, the chair shall exercise supervision and control over all affairs of the commission. Okay, so what does that look like? The chair, we look to the next two sentences. The chair shall preside at all hearings at which the chair is present and shall designate a commissioner to act as chair in the chair's absence to promote efficiency in administration. The chair shall make subdivisions or redivision of the work of the commission amongst the commissioners the chair deems expedient. So that provision must then be weighed with the other provisions that speak to the role of the executive director and their role as the administrative and executive head of the agency. So I thought that that might be helpful when we think about how we review and interpret statutes to use the tools that the courts use. And hopefully that wasn't too boring.
And thank you, Attorney Carter. So I don't feel the language is ambiguous and we don't want to go to court to render a decision so I'm wondering if we can incorporate some more of the statute. So to promote efficiency and administration, the chair shall make such a division or redivision of the work of the commission among the commissioners as the chair deems expedient. What if we just put it back to commission and added that language? Would that suffice to promote efficiency? So it's expounds upon it a little bit more and it's directly from statute. Commissioner Margot?
Yeah, it's in my sentence, is it commissioners or commission? Is it a typo?
So in statute, it's commission, but here it's commissioners. So at first I agree with, I thought it was a typo too, but I don't think I think it was purposeful. So we need to parse it out as a board to say, do we want to stick to the statute language and then maybe add that qualifying language from the statute about the subdivision and redivision of the work by the chair?
Roy, I'm so sorry to do this to us, but.
Absolutely, let's do it. And then we can think about it. Okay, so we're gonna take a 10-minute break?
Can we take a lunch soon too?
Yes, okay, well, let's pause here. So is everybody good with taking a half-hour lunch break?
Yeah.
Okay, well, all right, well, we have two suggestions on the board here. 10 minutes now and then or we take a half hour now. So I'll take everybody's temperature on this. Commissioner Stebbins.
Happy to do a half hour now.
Okay, Commissioner Camargo. Okay, so we're gonna adjourn for, let's see, we'll go till, come back at 1:10. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, good afternoon. I will call the meeting back to order. Before we would continue with the governance document, I just want to take care of a little housekeeping issue that myself included. I have a commitment, early this evening. So being mindful of the time, but getting this right and taking the time to be thoughtful and thorough, that we might not conclude on the governance document today. We also have 16 sets of executive session minutes that we would have to discuss as a body and go into executive session if we so choose to. So I want to set the expectation that we are plowing ahead and we are deliberating, but we want to make sure that we take our time and do it right. So we might not be able to conclude today, and that's okay. We will set another meeting to continue, just like we do with regulations where we can't get them done in a day and we have multiple meetings. So having said that, let's keep moving forward on this document. And I believe we left off on page 3. Number 2, and that is the role of the commission chair. So I'm going to start on A because I think that's where we left off. Has and exercises supervision and control over all affairs of the commissioners. And I had brought up that exact language contradicts the enabling statute language that the chair shall have and exercise supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission. So we either need to contemplate, and Commissioner Camargo thought it was a typo. And at first, in all honesty, I did too. I thought that was a typo. So we need to agree on a body, whether we want to align with the enabling statute, maybe provide more qualifying language from the statute about the subdivision and the redivision of the work, which could accomplish what's trying to be accomplished here. So having said that, I will open it up for comment and discussion. Commissioner Stebbins, I'll turn to you if you have any thoughts around A.
Obviously, I think we just need to strike the ER on the end of it. The appropriate reference to the right place of the statute works, and that's all included in the footnotes at the bottom. So just making that correction to drop the ER to keep it consistent with the statute, I think works.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So if I understand you right, it will go back to commission. And then you feel the footnote is enough, or do you want to add the qualifying language around the division and subdivision and redivision of work lifted directly from the statute?
For me, I'm comfortable with the footnote to the appropriate place in the statute, but.
Okay,
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I kind of want to go back because I think just for today's purposes, I thought it was a typo, but like when I think back now, and I think we had a big discussion on this. And I think we did come to affairs of the commissioners. So I almost want to put a pin on it to go to the minutes because
good call. Okay.
we did have, this was a big conversation. And I think we talked about defining commission versus the commissioners versus the chair's, role with the commissioners and, appointing us in terms of, on working groups and on all that stuff. So this was I think we did land on this. And I think, and I think that, I think if we read some of this, I think it defines this.
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Camargo, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. So I don't think we've landed on a spot. We will put a pin, and then when we do, if and when we do are able to go into executive session, General Counsel and Ivania, I don't know how we could zero in. There's 16 sets. I don't know which date we discussed this in mediation, but if maybe legal could effort that, and we'd be ready to go. So fulfill your request.
Yeah, but
Commissioner Mark.
if I may, but I think we still go through the other ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's gonna help.
Yep,
Just
just to clarify it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna move along to B. works cooperatively with the executive director on, including but not limited to, policy matters, outreach, internal and external communications, commissioner meeting preparation, agenda setting, work and project assignments of commissioners, and accountability. C, coordinates commission work and project assignments with commissioners. D, sets the agenda for public meetings that occur in the normal course of commission activities after obtaining input from the other commissioners and in consultation with should be the in there. Is there a ministerial edit with the executive director? Attorney Carter.
I think we could add a the.
Okay, so we'll just do a ministerial edit on D. Vanya, we're going to add a the before executive director.
Yes, all set.
Thank you. For E, presides over public meetings and hearings and manages discussions and ascertains the votes of the commissioners in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order. F, designates a commissioner to act as chair for hearings and public meeting in the chair's absence. The secretary may serve as chair if the chair is absent and has not previously designated another commissioner to act as chair for a public meeting. If a chair is removed or suspended by the appointing authority, the remaining commissioners will elect an acting chair until the appointing authority designates the chair. So I'm going to pause right here on F. So in the enabling statute, I'll read from section 76, chapter 10, section 76H. The chair shall have and exercise supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission. The chair shall preside at all hearings at which the chair is present and shall designate a commissioner to act as chair in the chair's absence to promote. Well, I'll stop there because we don't need the rest. So the legislature did not define absence. They left it broad. So they don't delineate between leave, suspension, it's just absence. And when you go to the definition in Webster's dictionary, it's a person, it's not someone that's not present. So I feel we're taking great liberties to define absence because the legislature did not. They left it broad as absence. So we are making a huge jump and leap to define absence. Any thoughts?
Yeah, Commissioner Roy, but I'm, and again, we went through so much and had so much conversation, but we all landed on this language in executive session.
I wasn't there that day. That's why I have these questions. That was the day that I had a medical emergency.
This wasn't the last day. I think so. This portion of it?
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
Attorney, do you want to keep going?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
keep going. And I think, I mean, again, I'll have to go back. But I know that we had talked about worst case scenarios, getting hit by a bus, something happening to the chair, any emergency, then removal, suspension. So I think that, if you read it, it sort of kind of goes in somewhat of an order. And we baked all this in here for all these situations. And I mean, even look what happened today, right? Like our acting chair is not here, therefore we had to elect an acting chair as well. So I think so, and I don't know if Commissioner Stebbins, if you were there, I guess, but this was all, we try to bake in as many scenarios as we could for emergency purposes, for clarification. So there aren't any, situations. So
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And before I turn to Attorney Carter, so I think the charter in the secretary's role spoke to that hit by the bus scenario. So if the chair is hit by the bus at walking in Union Station, the
Right.
secretary would then fill that role. So what I'm expressing is I feel we're taking a hop, skip, and a jump, a leap to define what absence means when the legislature just said absence. So that's my sentiment on it, but Attorney Carter?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Right, so we know if a statute or regulation is ambiguous, then the agency's reasonable interpretation is generally entitled to deference through a reviewing court. So, this agency is tasked with implementing and enforcing the statute, and that does allow us through discussion and vote, for example, to interpret the statute.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, any thought on this one?
Sure, just going to the relevant sections, section 76.
H.
Yeah, I think my first read of it is obviously want to be in compliance with Chapter 10, subsection 76. But I think we need to look at the essence of why we're doing this governance charter, because of real world experiences that we've had. We're trying to answer our own unique questions as we've experienced them. So I think, the rest of the language in F, I feel is consistent with the legislative statute language. Again, it's this governance document, we're going to see it as we get further into it. A lot of it is us laying out for this commission's benefit, how we need to operate, how we need to function. And some of that is just based on our real world experience in the time that, the three of us at least have been here. So I'm comfortable with keeping the language the same. I don't want to say we're looking for the chair knows they're going to be out. Chair can ask another commissioner to chair an upcoming meeting, but there's always the proviso of if that delegation isn't made. Again, as we saw, we want to be able to function and get business done. So I'm fine with how that section reads. And again, I think we're going to find in other parts of this governance charter that we're taking steps to address things that we've seen how they function, see how they operate, and we're trying to offer some clarity to it. So that's just my initial thoughts.
Okay, so what if a chair is indicted, arrested, but not removed or suspended? What happens, Commissioner Stebbins?
Chances are they might be absent. Give me a little. Go ahead, your hand up,
Attorney Carter?
General Counsel.
Yes, if I may, and I have a suggestion that may be a little afield, so wheel me in, if you need me to. Right, I mean, so I would note that the language here is limited to removal or suspension by the appointing authority. So I think the examples that you just provided, Commissioner Roy, if there was no removal or suspension, then the chair would remain. But I did want to flag just as a concept, and we don't necessarily have to fully flush it out, but I did want to sort of contemplate that, the body every January elects a treasurer and elects a secretary. I don't know if there is an appetite to elect a vice chair at the same time who will serve in the chair's absence. I don't know if that's a route to go, because that process also invites, full participation by all members. So I just wanted to put that as an idea. I don't know if it's ripe or there's any interest in it, but I just wanted to put the concept out there.
Thank you, Attorney Carter. I think that's an excellent concept and one that I think this body should entertain, because then it would avoid the sometimes painful exercise that we have to go through to reach consensus. So perhaps in January, when we do elect a secretary, a treasurer, and maybe we do a vice chair, I think that's the best way to go, because there are scenarios we're not thinking of. This isn't catch-all language, and there are scenarios that we aren't thinking of that could come across. So I am not comfortable with F the way it's written, but I am comfortable with what you just proposed. So maybe if we just put a pin in F, and Vania, Andrew, and then we can revisit it. But so if I could ask my colleagues just to contemplate the notion of us electing in January, and believe me, we're halfway through August. January is going to come fast. We're not that far away. So maybe that's something that we need to entertain. And I have a question, Commissioner Stebbins, on gaming. Did they ever have a vice chair in gaming?
Nope.
They didn't. Okay. But doesn't mean we can't be the first. So thank you for that. I think that's a really interesting concept. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to put a pin in F. Okay, we're going to move on to G. Solicits interest among the commissioners for the position of treasurer and secretary at the commission public meeting held prior to the January public meeting, and takes nominations and presides over votes for those positions during the January public meeting. So if the board so moves, when we go back to F, if we decide that the vice chair is a good idea, then I think we would insert it in G at that point. Okay, moving on to H, monitor and track the work of the treasurer and secretary. I serves as a liaison to the Cannabis Advisory Board, also known as the CAB, and at a public meeting solicits interest from commissioners, and based on their interests, appoints commissioner liaisons to CAB subcommittees. I have a question because I'm not sure, and maybe either to Attorney Carter or to Debbie. When does the subcommittees turn over? When do you appoint new chairs? Because is this something we should bake a time of the year where we do this, appoint commissioners? Because I've been on the same subcommittee now for my duration, and I love my subcommittee, and we've done amazing work. And so, but I was told when I first started that would get shuffled around, and it never has. So I just want to talk about that as a group. What do we envision for that? When is it appropriate to get reassigned? So Attorney Carter, do you know how that works? So the CAB flips over the subcommittees?
Just so I want to make sure I understand your question. We're talking about the commissioner assignments to
Yes.
subcommittees.
Yes.
I see.
When is that so we all got assigned a subcommittee, I think, when we started as commissioners. And when we started, I was at least told, we want to put you in something other than what your designated seat is, number one. And number two, we're going to reassign you to give you more exposure to, and so, but that hasn't happened. So Commissioner Camargo, I see you nodding.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's put a pin on it, because I think I don't know if you have the answer, Andrew, but I think we fell off
I agree.
in terms of, because I've been on the same committee I'm going on being here 4 years. So I think it just happened, we fell off. But I think it's a question for Giancola, and yeah, and then we can just think about it. Maybe we give ourselves time limits, 2 years or something like that for each committee, or every year. The committees meet, I think, quarterly or something like that. So I would put a pin on it just to keep moving, but.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Camargo. So we'll direct we'll ask Director Giancola if he could provide us further explanation of when the CAB assigns a new chair, when do they turn over, how long are their terms? And then based on that information, we can figure out what's appropriate for the board to do for reassignments. So we'll put a pin in that.
Yes, and perhaps, the January sort of like formation meeting could be a good time that we,
I agree.
get all our sort of housekeeping business done, maybe at that time frame.
That sounds great. Thank you, Attorney Carter. Commissioner Stebbins.
Just a quick question because I like the idea. I've been on the same subcommittee since 2021. I think we need to consider also the role that the executive director has as the chairperson of the CAB. I don't think it's as easy as the chair being able to make our appointment.
Correct.
So, again, a little legal exploration probably of that too.
So let me, Commissioner Stebbins, so are you proposing under executive director, we'd have to go back and put another letter in regards to the CAB, because it just says serves as chair of the CAB, but when we get more information that you requested, maybe we need to revisit that section and decide if we need to add any additional language. Is that my understanding? You're right? Okay, so Avania, there's another pin back up under executive director.
Okay.
Or did we get to, no, we haven't even gotten to executive. Did we do? Yeah, we did. So just a pin under that section around the responsibilities with the CAB. And just say pending more information from government affairs.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay, so moving on. J, supports productive functioning of the commissioners as a working board. And K, testifies in support of the Annual General Appropriations Act with the executive director and may designate additional participants in consultation with the executive director. Everybody good? Okay. Okay, I'm going to move on now to section 3, the commission treasurer. A is elected by the commissioners at the January public meeting to serve a 1-year term. Participates in finance compliance and transparency and develops an understanding of the financial reporting structures and procedures of the commission. C, in close collaboration with the chief financial and accounting officer. Okay, now it jumps to Romanet 1. Okay, do you have a question, Commissioner Camargo?
Do you all recall, because we had a lot of conversation around the treasurer's and the secretary's role.
Yeah.
I thought I feel like the 1 year we had talked about, didn't we talk about doing it for 2 years? Because we said the 1 year was really, and again, this ended up in here and I'm sure we all agreed on it, but I'm looking at it and I feel like I'm recalling us having the conversation around, we're working with the team and we're learning these roles. You kind of start building on the secretary's role and building on the treasurer's role, and then the year's up, and then, commissioners move along. I don't think it's in the statute, but I don't know.
It is a statute, yeah.
Got to annually elect.
Okay.
I just happen to have it pulled back up.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. That's probably the same conversation we had, because I think we were talking about it. Maybe because I sat in the treasurer's role for 3 years. That's probably why. Right, yeah.
Attorney Carter.
Yeah.
One possible edit sort of along those lines, and I don't know if it's necessary, right, but is elected at the January public meeting to serve a 1-year term or until a successor is appointed.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to include some language about that. May give some flexibility. That's also very similar language in the statute as it relates to commissioner appointments. So just don't need to decide now, but just as a concept.
Attorney Carter, I agree with that language. And plus, if you have turnover in the commission, like if somebody's term expires and, or I don't know, I just feel like there's a little more leeway there, and it doesn't, like, you don't turn into a pumpkin after a year. You can continue on. So I agree with that. That gives a little more leeway. Commissioner Camargo.
I was going to say, I think, again, we had this conversation because you all treated off on the secretary's role, right? Like Commissioner Stebbins, you did it for how long?
Commissioner Stebbins?
2 years? And then
Okay,
2 years.
2 years,
Yeah.
and then
Commissioner Camargo, you served treasurer for
almost 3.5, yeah, and then you did secretary for
a year.
a year. Yeah, but I think because of the numbers of who we had to kind of do what we did, and then I stayed in the secretary's role for 3 years, and we were building it. So I mean, I like
The treasurer's role.
the treasurer's role, yeah, I like what you're
Yeah.
adding, just because you just, in terms
So
of
why don't,
the numbers.
thank you, Commissioner Camargo, and thank you, Attorney Carter. So Avania, is everybody good with the language that, Attorney Carter proposed? So if you don't mind repeating it for Avania, and then I think we landed on a good place there.
Okay, absolutely. And I assume that we will also insert it in 4 under the secretary as well?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
perfect. So
3A.
3A is elected by the commissioners at the January public meeting to serve a 1-year term or until a successor is appointed.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Avanya, if you could just also move that to 4A as well, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
Sure, will do. No problem.
Thank you, Avania. So I'm gonna just reread B as we move forward. So 3B participates in finance compliance and transparency and develops an understanding of the financial reporting structures and procedures of the commission. C, in close collaboration with the chief financial and accounting officer. Romanet 1, participates in budget planning meetings with the budget director and executive director to develop the annual budget and assist with presenting the budget proposal to the commissioners. So I'm going to pause right here. So I have been meeting as treasurer with the finance team, with Lisa Schlegel and her team, and Mark and Quay, and they're tremendous. And I've enjoyed this immensely. But the budget part of it, I think I need to connect more with the AED on developing the budget more. So I just want to flag that for AED when in development of the budget, the treasurer, maybe, I know we're going to have a group meeting to discuss our presentation in September. So I just want to flag that moving forward. And I don't think it requires any adjustments to the language, but I just want to flag that end of it. Romanet 2 serves as a signatory for monthly expenditures authorized by the CFAO in a timely manner. So timely manner. So I notice it's both in the treasurer's portion and the secretary's portion, timely manner for the minutes. Do we need to define? Timely manner is really kind of subjective and open-ended. So do we need to define timely manner? Some people timely manner could be 6 months, some people timely manner. So I'm just going to throw it out there for contemplation because it comes up in 2 spots. It comes up in the treasurer as well as the secretary's role. So any thoughts on that?
I guess my question is, I know how it comes up in the treasurer's role and then in the secretary's role. Are you talking about sort of the minutes or something?
Yes, so for the treasurer, it comes up for the signatory.
Yes.
So that says for monthly expenditures. So do we need to quantify it or qualify it in the secretary's portion for the monthly minutes? Like it just says, I think, minutes. So do we need to, timely manner is open-ended. We want to keep it open-ended?
And you're talking, right now you're talking about the.
Both.
Okay. I timely manner, I get it, and I think that these roles, we know what we've laid out the responsibilities. I'm okay with timely manner, on both, but I don't see a major problem with it. Yeah, I don't see a major problem with it, but that's just my thought.
Attorney Carter.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I think about a timely manner, I think about consistent with our obligations, right? So when we're thinking about minutes, that's in compliance with the open meeting law. When we think about finances, we know that there's certain reporting requirements that need to go out at certain times. So that's sort of how I think about timely manner, is in compliance with the sort of other rules or obligations that exist. And to me, it's like a reasonableness standard as well. But just some food for thought.
Okay, and I love that thought. So how about we say consistent with report in a timely manner, consistent with reporting requirements? Would that be?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you for that. Perfect. Commissioner Stebbins, I think I saw your hand on it in my peripheral vision. Do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, no, you know, that I think timely manner is consistent language used throughout government or throughout government regulations. You know, I don't mind the addition for, you know, the finance stuff, because we want to make sure bills get paid, people get paid, and we do appropriate reporting. I wouldn't suggest a change necessarily under secretary, because for lots of different reasons, minutes get backed up. So I'd like to at least leave the flexibility there. That becomes a staffing issue, as we've found out, a resource issue. So it's, you know, I'd keep the two of them separate, the timely manner notion or definition for both.
Thank you. And I think we did land on that. It's just adding, so we want to just make sure we're consistent with reporting requirements. So serves as, for the treasurer, serves as signatory for monthly expenditures authorized by the CFAO in a timely manner consistent with reporting requirements. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, I said it was okay. I'm
Yeah,
treasurer,
awesome.
just keeping it separate from.
So my wheels got spinning a little bit. What if the treasurer or the secretary is unable to serve in that capacity for what, illness, whatever? So we still have reporting requirements. The secretary is the custodian of the minutes. Do we need to contemplate that here?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Attorney Carter?
So you raise an interesting point. The way that I sort of view these two pages is, as it relates to the treasurer, there is certainly a role between the ED, the CFAO, and the treasurer. So like there's that sort of staff support that maybe could fill in the gap. And then when we look at the commission treasurer, it's really the general counsel who has and the legal team. Yeah, with the secretary, excuse me. So it does appear to me that there's staff support who may be able to you know, sort of carry the load, if you would, while if there's a brief reset or brief absence.
And thank you. I guess why I'm flagging it is because the treasurer serves as the signatory and the secretary serves as the custodian of the minutes. So those are defined roles. So do we say or delegee?
I actually would like that for a whole host of reasons. That it's simple. So I think we could insert that. Do you have a suggestion?
Yes, I do. Well, here, the treasurer or their delegee serves as signatory for monthly expenditures authorized by the CFO in a timely manner consistent with reporting requirements. Yeah, I'm trying to get as or their delegee.
Okay.
So unless you have to nuance it a little better.
But I think that's a good placeholder, Madam Chair, and we can revisit if we want to move it up or down.
Or unless we make another Romanette. You're good at that, Commissioner Stebbins, coming up with like a fresh Romanette. So, just want to put a pin on it, keep moving. Yeah. Okay.
This one's simple. We already have a word, so, okay.
Okay. Romanette number three conducts regular review meetings, including with the executive director, CFAO, chief operating officer, budget director, and appropriate staff to discuss budget execution, revenues, and fiscal issues such as rate of spending or any unplanned costs. So I'm just gonna take a pause here because I think I want to make sure we have the titles correct, like budget director. I know we're bringing in a fiscal specialist. Like, are these the right titles? Is budget director the correct title? Attorney Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would contemplate potentially writing this broadly. So we know the executive director, for example, that's a statutory position. We also know the CFAO is a statutory position. But for the others, I do wonder if we want to say something to the effect of finance staff,
That's something.
budgeting staff. I think that might be broader.
I agree with you on that. Because like we had a previous discussion, job titles change, so Debbie? Do you agree with Attorney Carter? So we're gonna broaden Romanet 3, conducts regular review meetings, including with the executive director, CFAO. And what did we say? Finance? How did you word that, Andrew?
And finance staff, finance departments.
And finance department and appropriate staff to discuss budget execution, revenues, fiscal issues such as the rate of spending and unplanned costs. So Debbie, do you have any thoughts around that? We're just going to get rid of budget director because that title may change. And so we just want to make sure that we're broad enough that it's the finance team.
I think that would be okay.
How do you want to word it? Finance team, finance staff, finance department?
Oh, fiscal team.
Fiscal team. Attorney Carter.
Yes, and I would just note, for the secretary, we just referred to legal staff, so maybe fiscal staff is a good,
Consistency.
yeah, for consistency, fiscal staff.
Debbie, are you good with that? Okay, so I'm going to reread it. Avanya?
Yes,
Conducts-
please. Thank you.
Romanet 3, conducts regular review meetings, including with the executive director, CFAO, finance staff, and appropriate staff to discuss budget execution, revenues, and fiscal issues such as rate of spending or any unplanned costs. Is that correct? General Health.
If I may, I would get rid of appropriate staff. Or I assume we're getting rid of that part, right? Because we fiscal staff and then appropriate staff.
I would tend to agree with you, but lately I've been having discussions with licensing, like the meeting we had the other day, right? It brought in different departments, so I don't want to it be exclusionary, so I don't know.
Yeah, Rika.
Yep. Yes.
Chair, so there are processes that fall under the responsibility of the fiscal team, regardless of what department they lie in.
Mm-hmm.
So there may be fiscal responsibilities, coming out of the licensing department, but that would actually be within the purview of the chief financial and accounting officer.
So we can strike that language is what you're, okay. So is everybody good if we strike the language appropriate staff? And Romanet 3, so Romanet 3 conducts regular review meetings, including with the executive director, CFAO, finance staff.
I believe that should be fiscal staff.
Oh, yes, fiscal staff to discuss budget execution, revenues, and fiscal issues such as rate of spending or any unplanned costs. So we're good there? Yeah, fiscal staff. Okay, moving along, Romanet 4. Reviews department resource requests in collaboration with the executive director. Romanet 5. Monitors the status of the commission's budget requests and the state budget process as reported by the Director of Government Affairs and Policy. So was there a question around that before? Am I remembering that right? Around the budgeting and how government affairs, I thought somebody had asked that question prior, no?
It's another one you're thinking.
Okay, okay. Okay, moving along to D, in support of their testimony for the Annual General Appropriations Act, the chair and the executive director will work with the treasurer, CFAO, and the Department of Government Affairs and Policy. And E, may opt to provide the treasurer's report to the commissioners if placed on the agenda for public meeting. Any questions or further comment on the treasurer's role? Okay, moving on to 4. Oh, sure. Acting General Counsel.
You mind if we just check in with Avania? Were we able to get all the edits for this section?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you so much, Avania.
Thank you, Avania.
No problem.
Okay. She's amazing. So moving on to 4, the commission secretary. Is elected by the commissioners at the January public meeting to serve a 1-year term. And Andrew, you had that additional language. So if you want to just restate that for the record.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Or until a successor is appointed.
So A is elected by the commissioners at the January public meeting to serve a 1-year term or until a successor is appointed, period. On B, coordinates with the general counsel and legal staff to Romanet 1, prepare the public session minutes in a timely manner for approval at the public meeting of the commissioners, consistent with reporting requirements. Romanet and Avania, that was an edit.
Didn't think we were adding that under the treasurer. I mean, under the secretary.
Mr. Stebbins, you want to repeat that, please?
Yeah, no, I know we added it for the treasurer. I made the argument, I didn't think we needed to add it for the secretary's portion.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Attorney Carter?
So, I mean, the commission currently has to do its work related to minutes in a timely manner because of the requirements under the open meeting law. So I think I just sort of my earlier point, which I think in many ways a timely manner sort of captures the obligations that we have. But of course, there are human resources limitations. Sometimes, things take a while, so ultimately I defer to the judgment of the commissioners.
Okay, since I'm going to ask the sitting secretary for her opinion, Commissioner Camargo.
And, no, I mean, I think it's, if I may ask Commissioner Stebbins, because I kind of got a little confused.
Yeah.
You're saying leave in timely manner.
Just leave it as timely manner.
Leave it as
You
timely.
know,
Yes.
it's not as, I don't want to say minutes aren't important, but
Correct.
minutes aren't as important as getting our bills paid and things like that.
Got it.
But I think this still keeps the commission as a whole responsible for approving them, putting on meeting and minutes agenda. But as I'm hearing our acting GC, sometimes, like when I came in, there was a huge backlog.
Right.
And part of that was resource and staffing at the time. So we obviously, I think as a commission, expressed our interest in getting a lot of those minutes done. Actually, I think we had somebody in the legal department that was part of their goals for the year. But understanding, I don't think there's statute around reviewing executive session minutes and what protects them and how often you need to review those, but there aren't those same kind of timelines for just regular public meeting minutes. So like I said, I'm comfortable with leaving in timely manner. I'm not sure there's a schedule that we could attach it to, either baked in statute or any other.
So, Attorney Carter, so there is a triannual review. How does that work? And I see underneath the biannual basis, but let's just talk a little bit about that triannual review.
If I may.
Yes.
So my recollection was, and I believe this is consistent with other boards and commissions, is instead of the triannual review, this document went with a biannual review, which is reflected in 4B2. So I believe that was done in consultation with the AGO, and I believe that at least or sort of practices that they've seen So I believe many public boards perform a biannual review, not a triannual.
So we could put a pin in this and look at the law around minutes, because I believe they have to be produced within a certain time frame, unless there's a reason to withhold. So
Correct.
Attorney Carter.
Yes, and I don't want to get too excited on minutes here, but the review is more of is a basis about whether we can withhold them, sort of like, you know,
Litigation.
yes, exactly, the underlying purpose, versus if, you know, if the purpose no longer holds, then, you know, the minutes are sort of reviewed in the normal course.
Okay, so let's try to compromise. What I'm thinking here is if we stick with Commissioner Stebbins and what Commissioner Camargo want to do, just leave it as timely manner. If we could footnote the law, I would be happy with that. If we could just put a footnote on that near timely manner and Massachusetts general laws around minutes. Is everybody okay with that? Attorney Carter? Yeah.
Yes, I can look, and I'm sure we can pull from, the open meeting, law.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Tell me, 'cause I know how you think now. We've worked long enough,
Working together.
but tell me, I know you're in it right now, so tell me why?
So in Massachusetts general law, there's laws around 38 open meeting.
No, I know that. I'm sorry, let me rephrase my question. The timely manner piece, like why are you, I understand the putting the footnote, yeah, that's a no-brainer, but tell me why you're looking into the sort of timely manner, what's making you nervous about that?
Oh, well, I just thought that it was very subjective and open-ended, and somebody could interpret timely manner in many different ways. Somebody could say monthly, somebody could say biannually as a timely manner. So that's really the next executive director could interpret timely manner in next GC in a completely different manner than what we're interpreting it. So I think because it is a little subjective and open-ended, that if we footnote the law, I think it would revert back to that. It's like there was ever a question and people had different interpretations of it.
I see. I think we're all saying the same thing.
I think so.
We're all saying the same thing. And I mean, having worked with the legal team over the weekend, early on Saturday, early on Sunday, Friday night, on these minutes, on some minutes, the executive session minutes, you know, timely manner, you know, plays a real role. And shout out to the legal team who worked on these minutes, the executive session minutes. It was a labor of love, like they say. But I hear you, the footnote, I think it's not a bad idea. Timely manner, I understand how you're perceiving it, and I think that, you know, I think we can come back to it, because now I understand what you're sort of like how deep you're going into it. But again, I'm looking at it as simple in terms of timely manner is okay to leave there. If we wanted to add consistent with our obligations, you know, under the law of compliance, you know, because
And thank you, Commissioner Camargo, and thank you for your work on those minutes. Having sat in that seat, and I know Commissioner Stebbins did, we can fully appreciate for those that don't know, it's a very labor intensive position. So thank you for that. And there were a lot of minutes that came down the pike. So I guess what I'm saying is, and thank you, I just don't want it to be left open to interpretation. So however we want to qualify it a little more, whether it's just a footnote or what the language you just said, I'm good with either or.
If I may,
Yes.
I'm okay. And I know what Commissioner Stebbins is saying. I know what you're saying. And I think the balance is, you know, we got to get these done when we're supposed to get them done, right? Whether we don't need to get them done right now, or we need to get them done for whatever reason. So I think consistent with reporting requirements, I think I don't know Commissioner Stebbins, but I don't think it's a problem either way. So
Thank you, Commissioner.
we can vote on it.
Yeah, my fear is somebody could waive this paper and say, this just says timely manner, and timely manner, that's, it's just really open to interpretation, but, so you're okay with that language being, Commissioner Stebbins? Either we put a pin in it or we land on the spot, so.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm happy to put a pin in it and see if there are any legal references that we can go.
Okay, so Avania and Attorney Carter, we're going to put a pin in that Romanette on timely manner, which is Romanette 2.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to put a pin right next to that 2. Okay. Romanette 3 serves as keeper of the records or delegate to the general counsel. Okay. Attorney Carter, the delegation, does that need to be recorded?
Yes, I would advise, even something as simple as like an email. Just to, so like, when we think about, keeper of the records, I mean, that's generally, as it relates to potential litigation, for example, so that's sort of the term. And the legal department, will find responsive records, and then oftentimes, or generally, it includes a certificate, right, that these are true and accurate, best to our knowledge. So, those are sort of generally a role a legal department plays. So this way it does give some flexibility to the sitting secretary.
Okay, Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah. Can you break this down a little bit? Like what's the practical piece here? Serve as keeper of the records.
So before I defer to Attorney Carter, so I had said custodian of the records, which I think is synonymous with keeper of the records.
Yeah.
So ultimately,
Anybody who's in this role.
yes.
Yeah.
So, but serving in that role, you're able to delegate the keeper or the custodian of the records to the GC.
Yeah, but practically this role as a secretary, I mean, articulate it. It's a phrase that we're using, serve as a keeper of the records, but thinking operation and practically, this role is not keeping any records.
So Attorney Carter,
You know what I mean? Like,
So keeper of the records is a statutory term,
Yeah.
and
educate me on the law.
yeah. So like, in litigation, for example, in discovery, you send a letter to the keeper of the records and say, I'm looking for these
Okay.
records. And then we go, generally it goes to the legal
Yeah.
department. We go out, we pull the records, and then we would include some type of certificate of service, if you would.
Okay, I get it.
Certificate of authentication, and basically say, to my knowledge, these records are true and can be relied on. Sometimes we've seen it in a few different instances. So it's really very pro forma for
Yeah,
many
yeah.
government agencies.
Yeah.
Our statute says that the secretary serves that purpose. But I do think when we're thinking about sort of the operational piece, in many instances, the general counsel should be performing that function from
Yeah.
the legal compliance view.
so thank you for that and for
Yeah.
that clarification. And so then the language should reflect the real world and how it operates. And as it stands now, I think we just need to make sure that the passing of the baton is recorded. So the keeper of the records passes that baton to the GC. And right now it just says delegate, but I think we would want to memorialize that, record that in some way. So if we can incorporate that into Romanette 3, and I don't know if you have any proposed language, Attorney Carter.
Can I answer? Sure. Yeah. The passing of the baton, I hear you. Doesn't the voting of the treasurer and secretary, isn't that sufficient in terms of the recording when we get voted every year?
That's a separate, yes, yeah, but that's separate. This is just saying your delegee is the acting GC to act in your stead. to fulfill this obligation as keeper of the records.
So you're saying.
So we need to just record that.
How do you want to record that? What's your?
So in writing, or what do you recommend,
So,
Attorney Carter? Oh, do you? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
clarification. I mean, I know you have an answer, but I'm thinking us commissioners
Mhm.
practical. That's, I just want to talk it through, but. So you're saying it because, let's say I'm sitting as a secretary right now and I go on leave. And even though I serve as the keeper of the records, I didn't delegate the general counsel to then be the keeper of the records. Is that what you're saying? So you want to have that sort of, you would want to see that in writing?
To protect the agency, to protect the secretary, to protect everybody involved. I think it makes sense just to have it,
Just
officially recognize that the general counsel is now the custodian or the keeper of
I
the
understand what
records.
you're thinking, I understand how you're thinking, records, paper,
Mhm.
make sure we're covering everything we gotta cover.
Yes.
Okay.
So Attorney Carter, do you have any language where we can just kind of make that official or memorialize that that the secretary is able to delegate to the general counsel to serve as the keeper of the records?
I don't know if this is too simple, but to serve as keeper of the records or delegate in writing.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm good with that. Commissioner Stebbins, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I would move, footnote 12 at the end of that. I would move the 12 to after keeper of the records. Because the
Okay.
rest of that is not memorialized in statute.
Okay, so Avania, I'm Romanet 3. To serve as keeper of the records or delegate in writing to the general counsel, and then we're gonna move the footnote to where, Commissioner Stebbins, in front of keeper?
After serve as keeper of the records 12,
Okay,
or the delegation in writing, or however GC said it.
Attorney Carter, do you have any thoughts where the citation should go?
If I may, I believe this would be appropriate after keeper of the records.
Okay, so Romanet 3, serve as keeper of the records, footnote 12, or delegate in writing to the general counsel. We're good?
All
Good on
set.
that? Thank you. Okay, Romanet 4. Review biannual updates on public records requests received by the Records Access Officer, including the Commission's annual report to be filed with the Secretary of State's Supervisor of Public Records, and consult with the RAO regarding procedures to destroy records in accordance with the state's records retention schedule. There's a lot there. Yeah, I just like, I think we need to unpack that for a minute. At least I do. Okay, review biannual updates on public records requests received by the Records Access Officer, including the Commission's annual report to be filed with the Secretary of State's Supervisor of Public Records. And consult with the RAO regarding procedures to destroy records. Should that be another Romanet? Consult with the RAO regarding, there's a lot in that.
Let's see. What does this really mean?
Okay, Commissioner Camargo.
Sorry.
No, I'm
What
seeing.
does it really mean? Maybe.
So while you're looking at that, Commissioner, so when I served as secretary, we really didn't undergo this exercise in full transparency. So, and I don't know if you've undergone this exercise yet.
And not yet, but I think that we put it in here. I think while we were developing this or enhancing the secretary role as well. But I'm gonna just keep reading really quickly.
Commissioner Stebbins, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Camargo's correct, because we were spelling out lots of potential responsibilities for both treasurer and secretary. I think we built this into it. We get lots of record requests, FOIA requests that come in. I think it was good to have the treasurer, again, after we enact this and take on this responsibility, to make sure we're in compliance, not to question our legal team, but another set of eyes and ears to make sure we're in compliance. And then, the other resulting pieces of it, right? Filing, reports with the Secretary of State's office as required, as well as just regarding procedures for, we're an 8-year-old agency. I'm not sure how much information we can destroy after only 8 years, but
I have a question. Who is our records access? I know it was you, Andrew, many moons ago. Who is it now?
It is my excellent colleague, Mike Berquist.
Okay, and we thank Mike Berquist for that. So I'm wondering, is that a title? In other words, should that be part of their title?
So the records access officer is a statutory position.
Mhm.
So every state agency is required to have one. And there's certain duties and obligations that fall with that. Generally, they are housed in in the legal department, although I am familiar in sort of other situations. They could be in other offices, like, on the municipal level, they could be in the city clerk's office, for example.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah. I just want to see Commissioner Roy, if you even, because you said it, right? When you were sitting secretary, you didn't go through this yet. But I know that you were sitting secretary when we were having this conversation for governance, and I know you were kind of new to it. So I don't know if maybe it jogs your memory in terms of why.
So, so thank you, Commissioner. So I did receive one spreadsheet when I first became secretary, which showed requests. I got one spreadsheet, but there was never any of the rest of this. So in other words, including, so that I didn't really work with whoever the records access officer. I didn't have a working relationship around this. So
There yet, probably because.
maybe we weren't there yet.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to unpack this
Yeah.
a little bit.
So is there, what's the is there any statutory obligation for the secretary to do that piece? First of all, I guess it's a question.
Yeah, Attorney Carter.
Sure, to your question, Chair, I still have not done this exercise.
You haven't done it either. Okay.
I know where to find it in public records.
Attorney Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we look at the statutory sort of purview of the secretary, right? So shall keep a record of the proceedings and documents and papers by the commission in its minute book. The commission shall cause copies to be made of all minutes, other records and documents, and shall certify that such true copies and then may be relied on. So I mean, from that perspective, I mean, the sort of day-to-day function of responding to public records requests falls with the RAO. So I think to maybe Commissioner Stebbins' point, the sort of intention maybe of this provision is that the secretary is updated on a biannual basis on sort of where the public records processes are, another set of eyes to ensure compliance is occurring. The other thing, right, is they may review the annual spreadsheet that's filed with the secretary every year. And then, document destruction is not something that we have really come across because we are a young agency. I would say, though, I do think that is very important to be done in compliance with the record retention schedule. So I do think, the secretary in a future iteration of the commission or a future time probably would play a pretty important role in that instance. But I see it more as the day-to-day work is being done by the RAO as it relates to public records, and the secretary is more, informed of what's working.
Okay, thank you for that. So The records retention schedule, the last part, destroy records in accordance with the state records. Should there be a footnote there? So we footnote to Massachusetts general law around destruction of records and records retention.
If I may.
Yep.
Yes, I would be happy to add a footnote to the secretary's record retention schedule.
Sure.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. I think you suggested it, carving that out as a different Romanet because it's not
I agree.
tying together with the records access officer work, so.
So Commissioner Stebbins, can you propose a new Romanet in the language?
Yeah, so keeping Romanet 4, review biannual updates on public records requests received by the records access officer, including the commission's annual report to be filed with the Secretary of State, Supervisor of Public Records,
Period.
period. And then a new Romanet 5, which kind of bumps everybody else up to a higher number. A new Romanet 5, which is consult with the RAO regarding procedures to destroy records in accordance with the state's records retention schedule. And that's where we can hopefully footnote it.
Sounds great. I agree with that. Commissioner Camargo, you okay with those proposed changes? Okay. Attorney Carter, Avania, do you have that?
Yes, and that's going to be Romanet number 5?
Yes, so Romanet 5 will read, consult with the RAO regarding procedures to destroy records in accordance with the state's records retention schedule. And that'll have a footnote to the appropriate Massachusetts general law.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So the new Romanet 6, which is now Romanet 5, will read, review commission approved draft and final regulatory changes and track promulgation timelines established by the Secretary of State's Regulations and Publications Division during policy and regulatory review processes. So I'm going to pause right there. So as secretary, I didn't do this exercise either. When we did the regulations for chapter 180. So is this from statute? Why do we have this Romanet here, Attorney Carter?
Andrew's
like, I wasn't there.
So, I mean, as I understand it, so this is not statutory. As I understood it, it was basically to assign, and I could be wrong, but as I understand it, it was basically to sort of assign a member of the commission to sort of walk alongside the legal department as it's promulgating our regs. So, the commissioners, we spend a lot of time in public meeting together. We do a lot of work ahead of time. But once the sort of red line version, once the drafts are approved, the document, really comes to the legal department and it's with us. And, we do our ministerial edits, we do all of our formatting, we do our filing forms. And then we walk up to Beacon Hill and we file it with the secretary's office. So I think the thinking behind this particular provision was once the work sort of leaves the full commission, to have a member of the commission sort of in contact with the legal department to make sure that these steps are being taken in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you. So, Attorney Carter, so I remember Mercedes working so hard and you and folks, right? That's a behemoth effort. And so, but I don't think that occurred. So as secretary, and you guys did a great job. So is it necessary or how do we ensure that it happens? That happens. So, and then I know I see Commissioner Stebbins' hand. So who wants to go? Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think, again, this was building out the secretary's role. And again, the secretary being keeper of the records of all books, documents, and papers filed by the commission. I think there was, an opportunity again, I think as acting general counsel was pointing out, working with the team, what are our deadlines? There are certain filing deadlines you got to make, so it's published in the next, publication by the Secretary of State's office. I think it was more to, again, another set of eyes and ears working with the legal team in, again, keeping in mind the Secretary's keeper of the records. It sounds a little Hobbit-like, but keeper of the records to make sure we're filing everything.
That's a good one.
But it's a new activity.
Acting General Counsel Carter, any thoughts around, so we just keep it as is, and then we'll make every effort to ensure in the next round of regulations that takes place? Is that where we kind of landed?
Yes, I mean, ultimately I defer to the wisdom of the board, but to have, I also think from updating purposes, right? Like it could be good to have a member of the commission say, listen, I went with the legal team to file these regs, like that kind of stuff. So I feel like, there's some reporting back would be good too.
Okay, so you got my wheel spinning now. So when you file with the secretaries, are there signatories? And who are the signatories?
Typically the general counsel.
So there's one signatory.
Mhm.
Is that by state law? Is that what our agency chooses to have one signatory? Or is it one signatory uniformly throughout the Commonwealth?
So I mean, basically the way that we've done it historically is to authorize the general counsel, the legal department, to take all steps necessary to file the regulations. That would include signatory authority.
Okay, so there's no reason necessary to have the secretary as another signatory? You don't see that as necessary?
No, I would not see that as necessary, but I do think that ultimately, these roles are subject to your sort of discretion, how you think about it, but to have sort of an additional support from a member of the commission is always a helpful thing, because we do know filing regs is a lot of
A
work.
lot of work. So, okay, and the secretary, final word on this, Secretary? Commissioner Camargo?
Just in kind of looking at this, and I think Commissioner Stebbins, you talked about it a little bit. We were also creating the secretary's role.
Mhm.
I see why we can have it in there in terms of it could be useful to have a second set of eyes, but also review commission approved draft and final regulatory changes. So I don't know, if we, instead of review, should it be may review or something like that? Just because, sort of like a may versus a mandate for the secretary. And I keep thinking these roles are being created and we're beefing them up a little bit and we're trying to figure out exactly the role, but I don't want to blurry the lines at the same time. And also, if you're sitting in one of these seats and someone says, oh, well, Commissioner Roy didn't do this exercise last time she was secretary, so I just want to make sure that we understand that here and how it's written. Because a lot of this stuff is
So
optional.
Commissioner Camargo, you're proposing just to put the word may before review.
Yeah.
And Attorney Carter, how do you feel about that proposal?
Sure, and I would note that, for B, it does have sort of broad language that the expectation is, to coordinate with legal. I would also note, though, when we do go to sub 5, review commission approved draft and final regulatory changes. So as we know, our process that every member of the commission reviews, every member approves. So, I mean, I don't know if it's too easy to just maybe strike until the word track, because I think that's sort of my understanding of sort of the expectations. One of the commissioners just wants to keep an eye to make sure that regs are being promulgated.
Yes.
So I mean, maybe we strike it and just say track.
I agree with that, because that's putting a significant burden on one commissioner versus all. So I agree with that, striking that language. Are you good with that, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Avania, on Romanet 5, we're going to strike review commission approved draft and final regulatory changes. And so strike that, please. So the Romanet
Okay.
5 will read, track promulgation timelines established by the SOS Regulations and Publications Division during policy and regulatory review processes. Semicolon and.
That's
Set-
new Romanet 6.
And that's new Romanet 6 because we
Yes.
split up Romanet 4. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo?
I was gonna say, and you're welcome to the next secretary in January. One less
I
thing.
think, Commissioner Carter, if I may, I think we're gonna draw straws. Whoever gets the shortest one will, not that we don't love being secretary, but it's a lot of work. Okay.
I gotta say, it's, you know, you look at this written description and then you look at the actual work and it is a lot of work. Especially the legal team has to do their job in order for you then as secretary to do your job. And that means Saturday or Sunday at 10 o'clock at night, you know, so kudos to this.
Legal team, everybody.
Yeah.
And may I add, maybe we decide as a board, whoever hasn't served in that capacity
Yeah.
yet will
Yeah.
serve as secretary. So, okay, point well
Punishment,
taken, point well taken, Commissioner Camargo. Okay, moving on. So this is now Romanet 7. In consultation with the executive director, chair, general counsel, and chief people officer promotes compliance with all required commissioner trainings. So let's pause here. This has been like an ongoing theme for all of us, and I tried with all my might, but and legal's amazing. So we were so short, legal was so undermanned, and we had chapter 180 and we had weeks of regs. I'm not making excuses why the trainings haven't been lined up, but it really was part of that. So I don't know if we do want trainings, right? We want them on open meeting law or Robert's rules, or there was another one folks wanted to, on recusals and abstentions. So I don't know how we move the ball forward along those lines, but acting GC, if you have any thoughts on this.
Yes, absolutely. So it's interesting because, so this says all required training. So like when I think about all required trainings, like I think about our ethics trainings that are required. So like I would think, you know, that the secretary, for example, would check in with probably the GC, the CPO, and the ED and say, hi, you know, is the agency at 100% compliance as relates to our state ethics training? But, you know, when we're thinking about sort of, and then like, you know, a new member, right, of the board or a public body, right, there's certain trainings that need to come along with that under 30A. Public records, I think, could be considered a required training. But sort of more, I mean, I guess the way that I'm sort of reading this, is maybe the secretary in consultation with these other officers sort of proposes a training schedule or works with them to execute on a timeline. I don't know if that's super helpful.
So how about this? In consultation with the executive director, chair, general counsel, and chief people officer promotes compliance with all required and or requested commissioner training. So some of them are required, but some are required, like you just laid out, and some are requested because we want to be well-informed and up to date on the laws and what to do. So I'm proposing that unless you have an alternative to that. Commissioner Camargo?
I have a question to requested. So, and we had this conversation, you and I kind of
yeah.
joked around that we were going to create like a separate little handbook for like the next commissioners that come in. And we talked about a whole bunch of trainings that we would love to see for ourselves, how to track the emails, right? Well, I don't know what that system's called right now, but
Dynamics.
Thank you. So we talked a lot about that. Some of that stuff, I feel like it's onboarding. There's different trainings. There's the ones that the state of Mass needs us to get through, the cyber trainings and all those other trainings, the ones that we want, Robert Rules of Order, that's a want, even though we need it, it's a want, right? It's not a requirement. The open meeting law, definitely a must.
Conflict of interest training.
Yeah, all of that stuff. But with all requested, under the secretary's role may not be the place because, you know, you may think that we need a dynamics training. And, you know, as an independent commissioner, and then you go to the executive director and say, hey, can we set up a dynamics training? I don't think the secretary's role needs to sort of like track or, you see, so I think there's different trainings, and I know the ones you're talking about. It's onboarding, it's the tools, the resources for professional development on how to do this job. I said this in the beginning, there's no
Good.
handbook. This is the handbook for this job, right? So I think we gotta be careful here, and maybe we put a pin on that because I think that's a whole separate section.
Okay,
And I don't think we need to put it in here.
okay.
I'll just say this too. Commissioner Roy, you and I talked about this again, right? Like, I feel like there needs to be like in onboarding, a separate sort of index of trainings that commissioners have access to or can't do. You know, like, hey, commissioner, you can get dynamics. Hey, commissioner, you can get metrics training. Hey, commissioner, you can get mass CIP training. Hey, you know what I mean? Like sort of a menu of stuff that we can do when we're onboarding and or a refresher course. But here it's I read it as the requirements, you know, per Massachusetts and whatever you're supposed to do for this appointment.
Okay, so we'll put a pin on that. Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, it's good discussion. Again, looking and hear both of you in terms of there's a lot more training that could be offered. And, you know, I think, you know, we jump in where we hear
Right.
staff training opportunities, we try to take advantage of those. So looking at the language as we have it right now, it's in consultation. It talks about promoting compliance. I don't want to say it's a loose term, but it's, hey, let's make sure everybody does what they're required to do. And you have other folks to follow up and make sure that's all done. We do have a section under professional development. We
We
could
talked about that.
insert some language about ongoing training, not only for commissioners, but for staff. It might be an appropriate place to kind of pin it.
I think that makes
that
sense.
part.
That makes sense. So, okay, so we're gonna put a pin for professional development and talk about trainings. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that is, we're gonna leave Romanet 7 as it is, and we'll move to C. Works with the executive director, legal department, and communications staff to ensure that any legislatively required reports, annual activities report, and tax rate are submitted to the appropriate branches of government. So we don't have government affairs in there. So I'm wondering if, I think they're involved in that, no? So I'll turn that over to Attorney Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think we could insert them.
Does research play a role in C? Research department?
Or we just say appropriate staff.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah.
So we could do works with the executive director, legal department, and
Appropriate staff. So
Keep it broad.
I think so. Okay, Ivania, on C, works with the executive director, legal department, and appropriate staff to ensure that any legislatively required reports, annual activities report, and tax rate are submitted to the appropriate branches of government.
All set.
Thank you. Moving on to D is designated by the chair to serve as chair for a public meeting if the chair is absent and has not previously designated another commissioner to act as chair for a public meeting. Let me read that again. Feels like there's a lot of chairs in that sentence. Is designated by the chair to serve as chair for a public meeting if the chair is absent and has not previously designated another commissioner to act as chair for a public meeting. Do we need to add hearing as well? Attorney Carter?
Yes, I believe hearing would be correct. And then I also don't know if we want to put a pin in this based off of our discussion earlier.
I agree.
The potential for a vice chair, so.
Yes.
What the, just as we're contemplating that, regardless, I mean, we may leave the language or we may, revise.
I agree with that. Does everybody agree? Will we put a pin in this and revisit?
If I may, Madam Chair,
Yes, Ivania?
where are we adding hearing?
So I just threw that out there. So I think we're just, for now, we're just gonna put a pin in D because we need to contemplate if we're gonna create the role of a vice chair. But either way, actually, let's talk about that, Attorney Carter. Even if we decide to do a vice chair, do we need to add hearing as well as meeting?
That would be my advice.
Okay, so Ivania, for a public meeting or a hearing, Attorney Carter, how do you want to wordsmith it?
If you're okay with it, I think Avani and I can look at it offline and we'll
Okay.
just use the same language from the
Consistency.
chair section.
I agree with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, E, may opt to provide a secretary's report to the commissioners if placed on an agenda for a public meeting. So before we go into the executive director role, I'm gonna ask for a bathroom break. But before that, I do want to circle back to the chair. I forgot to mention something. So we come back, I'm just gonna circle back to that and then we'll move on to the executive director. So how about a 10-minute, or how about till 5 of? We'll be on break till 5 of. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order. Before we get back to the governance document, I just want to take care of a little housekeeping issue. We are on page 6 of what I believe is a 17-page document, and plus there are 16 sets of executive session minutes that we will also have to review and approve. So we want to be thorough and thoughtful, and we don't want to rush through any of this process. This has been over 16 months in the making, and it doesn't have to be done in a day. So I want to just set the expectation that we will adjourn at 4 p.m. Some of the commissioners will be doing scrum after. We'll work with the executive director to set subsequent dates so we can continue the work of the governance charter. So having said that, we will keep moving along. So before we get into the executive director role, I wanted to circle back, and I meant to do this. I had it in my notes under the chair. So let me go there. So this is commissioners, including the chair. So my question is, and Commissioner Stebbins, you got my wheels spinning too, when we talked about who we want to be on the interview panel for, and you said we do want to be involved in the chiefs, but we kind of need to set our boundaries and not interfere with the executive director's ability and the chiefs
Sure.
to be able to do their job. So I just want to be clear, is it appropriate then for a chair to hold, having that mindset, what you just said, is it appropriate for a chair or an acting chair to be holding weekly chiefs meetings? Because in my personal view, I feel that interrupts the ability of the executive director to do their job. So I want to just throw that out there. Is that, again, to your point, Commissioner Stebbins, inserting ourselves where we really shouldn't be for a chair or an acting chair to be directing staff and holding weekly chiefs meetings. So I don't know, Commissioner Stebbins, if you have any comments or thoughts around that, or Commissioner Camargo. My personal view is I think that is inserting ourselves into where the space of the executive director needs to be.
I went back, I'm on the page looking at the chair. Is it in there?
Well, it's happening now on some level, and I don't know if it needs to be, if we need to discuss it as a board or a body.
I mean, I think, right, I know, at least I do, I think all of us do. I've had bi-weekly check-ins with certain chiefs just to,
Right.
I
But
might
is that
have
what
some
I'm-
questions.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry.
not check-ins, I'm talking holding chiefs meetings with all the chiefs. Like holding weekly or every other week. Is that, to your point about where it's appropriate for us to insert ourselves, is that appropriate? And I'm asking for opinions.
I'm a little confused. I mean, I don't do that now. Are you saying, should the chair have that
So-
ability or take that ability away from the chair?
Well, is it appropriate for the chair to have that ability?
So that would be an addition. We're not taking something out. We,
It would be in addition. Is it either usurping or inserting any one of us into a space more than what it should be? So I'm just asking for thoughts around that.
I mean, my initial reaction might be it's usurping that authority. I mean, we did have this conversation, right? It's a balance between us wanting to get a sense of what would be happening in the departments. It's not, I don't check in with, not to diminish the great work of our IT department, but I don't check in with Paul Clark every month. I might send him a question, certainly might file
Yes,
the ticket
we love
if I have an
Paul,
IT issue.
Right.
But you know, the chair kind of convening the chiefs, a regular schedule on
In a group setting.
in a group setting. My initial reaction to that would be kind of usurping the executive director's role. I mean, just thinking of the org chart, that's not really the way it works, but
Mhm.
that's just my initial feedback.
Commissioner Carter, any thoughts or comments on?
I do. I think, so you're speaking to actively acting Chair Concepcion is holding meetings, and she had said it in public with the chiefs. I don't know whether weekly, bi-weekly, I'm not sure. I think you're alluding to that,
The practice of that.
the practice of that. And I think, I don't know if other chairs have done that in the past. I think when I remember the conversation we had in public meeting, it was around, when we shifted some of the acting executive director's focus to focus on HR. So I think that was what the practice was for. I think that chairs or acting chairs have the authority and the responsibility to move the commission forward. So I think, you know, what that acting chair or chair does, you know, is their, you know, is their responsibility and their decision in terms of doing that. About putting it in here, I don't know if that's like I understand what you're saying, the practice, but I think we're gonna box in, then we can put tons of practices in here. You know, even for commissioners. So I don't think we should box in that type of stuff for the chair's role. Because we're then telling the chair, you know, you can't meet with the chiefs, you know, let's say, God forbid, something happens to Debbie right now. She's our CPO and our acting ED. Who steps into that? Right? So I don't think we box in that practice.
Well, the commission would then nominate another AED, but have that statutory
Sure.
authority to do that. So I guess if there's a practice, let's say, of convening a weekly, bi-weekly, whatever, of the chiefs and directing staff contradictory to an executive director, you can see where that would lend itself to attention and a rub.
And I mean, it sounds like you're speaking from current stuff. I don't know if that's the case right now. It sounds like you're speaking from experience or from information that you've gathered. I don't know, but there can be tons of practices like that. And I don't know if the acting executive director wants to give some reflection in terms of that, but again, there's a list of practices that, you know, I think we would have to go back and check for even ourselves as commissioners.
So thank you, Commissioner Margot. Debbie, do you have any thoughts around this?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I actually do, but I don't believe it would be appropriate for me to weigh in. I would much prefer that being a private discussion.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have to put a pin somewhere revisiting the role or the responsibility or authority of the chair or an acting chair. Because I'd like to hear Debbie's thoughts in private. And maybe you can have one-on-ones with all of us, Debbie, to share your thoughts on that at some point, or?
I'd be happy to.
Okay.
Madam Acting Chair at one.
I want to hear what you have to say on that. Okay, so let's, Avania, can you just put a placeholder?
Yes.
Okay,
And Commissioner Roy, that's under the chair.
or it might end up in both spots. It might end up in both the executive director, but yes, under the chair. I would say at first blush, I would think under the chair, but as we go along. Yes, Attorney Carter, yes.
Because early in our discussion, right, we talked about the chair having supervision and control over all affairs of the commission.
Mhm.
So would that practice then be okay?
So the executive director is the administrative head of the commission and is responsible for every unit and subunit thereof. So there's a rub. There's a rub. So we need to, I'd love to hear what Debbie's thoughts are and then maybe revisit it, but you can see the tension there.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for that. And let's keep moving. So now we're going to go to section 5, which is on page 6. And it's the executive director. So I'm going to read through them and then I do have some thoughts. So I'll read through all the subsections and then go back. So 5A for the executive director is the executive and administrative head of the commission. B, directs, manages, and coordinates all work with staff. C, is hired by and serves at the will of the commissioners. D, advises and counsels commissioners on policy development. E, works cooperatively with commissioners in consultation with appropriate staff to carry out the commission's statutory mandates and mission. F, alerts commissioners of urgent public health, safety, and welfare incidents in a timely manner. G, serves and represents the commission on as a subject matter expert on a broad range of regional, national, and global platforms. H, executes and implements commission delegated authorities to fulfill commissioner administrative and policy decisions. I, administers and enforces commission regulations and policies and applicable state and federal laws by, with, and through department heads and appropriate staff. J, either directly or through a designee. Romanet 1, hires, disciplines, and terminates employees in consultation with the chief people officer and general counsel or legal department designee in accordance with the employee handbook. I'm going to pause. Do we need to strike that? Debbie, you're renaming that. Go ahead, Debbie. So should we strike employee? So Romanet 1, hires, disciplines, and terminates employees in consultation with the chief people officer and general counsel or legal department designee in accordance with the employee handbook and applicable laws. So it's no longer going to be referred to as the employee handbook. So what is the new name?
We will have, but it will not be the same, Madam Acting Chair. We will have a human resources policy then.
Let me write that down. Human Resources Policy Manual. So those are going to be two separate documents.
Two separate documents.
So do we need to incorporate both of them here, Attorney Carter? So hires, disciplines, and terminates employees in consultation with the chief people officer and general counsel or legal department designee in accordance with the employee handbook and human resources policy manual and applicable laws. Do we need to add human resources policy manual?
I certainly would welcome the feedback of our acting executive director, but could we have something as broad as personnel policies? So we strike employee handbook and then say in accordance with commission personnel policies and applicable laws. If we just make.
I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that? Okay. All right, Ivani, are you ready? I'm gonna, oh, go ahead, Debbie. I'm sorry.
Handbook. Handbook now becomes more of a recruitment tool.
Oh, okay.
Which will be, it will be focused on employees, the work that we're doing here, somewhat of a recognition document that would be updated, you know, maybe quarterly.
Okay.
Or every couple, maybe a couple times a year. So it's, the handbook is about us, about the commission.
Okay, like it gives historical context and okay, that's fantastic. Okay, so okay. Was that I? We're on I. No. Yeah, are we on I, Andrew? My eyes just jumped. Okay.
Madam
All right,
Chair.
Ivania, we're gonna make an edit here. Administers and
Okay.
enforces, this is I. Administers and enforces commission regulations and policies and applicable state and federal laws by, with, and through department heads and appropriate staff. That's not the right one. We're on I. Okay, underneath J, Romanet 1, J, Romanet 1. Hires, disciplines, and terminates employees in consultation with the chief people officer and general counsel or legal department designee in accordance with personnel policies, commissions, personnel policies, and applicable laws. Is that correct, Attorney Carter?
That would be my suggestion, Madam Chair, if the board is comfortable with that.
Commissioner Stebbins, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, previously it was an employee handbook. You know, we want to change the title of it, so just so we don't need to keep upending the charter every
Yeah.
time there's a new name for something.
Commissioner Camargo, are you okay with that edit?
Yes, thank you for asking.
Okay, Romanet 3, hires employee contractors in consultation with a chief people officer. Romanet 4, enters into and executes contracts with suppliers and vendors in accordance with standard operating procedure limits. And Romanet 5, hires outside counsel in consultation with a general counsel as needed. Section K, coordinates with the commission chair on the public meeting agenda. L, attends public meetings of the commission and provides monthly updates. M, proposes annual goals for commissioners' consideration and approval. N, coordinates with commissioners, the FAO, department heads, and other relevant staff to prepare an annual budget. Should treasurer be in there? I'm going to pause here on N. Unless that relevant staff would cover treasurer. Any thoughts, Debbie, on that? On N?
Chair,
Yep.
I think treasurer should be.
In there. Okay, Attorney Carter, are you okay with that as well?
Um,
On N?
yes, and Ivania, were you able to capture that?
Yes,
Okay,
I was.
Commissioner Camargo?
So this is under the executive director's role.
Yes, and we're on N.
Yep. Coordinate with commissioners, CFIO, department heads, and other relevant staff to prepare annual budget. So in the past, executive director, the CFIO, the department heads first coordinate their process. Separately to that, I think it was sort of like a collaboration with, the treasurer, not even a collaboration, but the treasurer sort of knowing what's going on, sort of tracking, monitoring. So I don't know if we're overstepping and putting the treasurer here. I think that's why we have other relevant staff to prepare annual budget. So if you think about the executive director process, and again, the new executive director can decide, how they, run the budget process, but I just want to make sure that we're not overstepping on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I think for consistency, treasurer should be in because under the treasurer's section, it is part of the budget process. And the treasurer serves as a signatory as well. So it is enumerated under the treasurer's responsibilities that the treasurer is part of the budgeting process and the treasurer serves as a signatory as well. So I think it's appropriate, but Commissioner Stebbins, if you want to kind of tie break this and.
Yeah, I'm just looking at,
Can I just say, Madam Chair?
Sure, absolutely.
I see what you're saying. I guess how I'm looking at it, it's two different processes, but we're almost saying the same thing in a different process. So that's it. But
May I, Madam Acting Chair?
Absolutely. Go
I
ahead.
think I understand what Commissioner Camargo was saying. Perhaps we need another Romanet there. I
Oh,
think the treasurer really is the commission's liaison.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe that's how it should be reflected.
Okay, so we'll have a new O and everything will bump down. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, as I'm rereading N, O, P, and Q, some of them all seem to be saying the same
Yeah.
thing.
You're right.
Some aren't necessarily in the
Mm-hmm.
right operational
Yeah.
order.
Sequentially, like.
So I think we ought to go back and revisit N, O, P, and Q.
And to Q.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it's all
Okay.
about developing the annual budget, the proposed budget, soliciting commissioner input and priorities. I think we could look at that whole section again, maybe boil it down a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to wordsmith it now or just kind of put a pin in?
That's a big wordsmith.
Okay, so we'll put a big pin then?
Yep.
Okay. Is everyone in agreement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so who do we advise, do you want someone to bring us back proposed edits?
I mean, I saw what I think is a problem. I'm happy to partner up with the legal team and see if we can rewrite something. If they want to help me out.
That sounds great, Karen. Thank you for volunteering that. And Attorney Carter?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm happy to volunteer, maybe our friends in finance as well,
Yeah.
to make sure that when we're thinking about processes, we're accurately capturing, because, finance is not necessarily my area of expertise.
So Commissioner Stebbins?
It will be.
So then you will work with legal and finance to wordsmith, N through Q?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving on to, R, provides fiscal impact analysis information during the regulatory promulgation process to ensure commissioners understand the costs and the benefits of proposed regulations and regulatory changes. We had that before. I mean, have we had that, have we gone through that exercise of, I know there was during regulations, we had a group, an impact group, but I don't remember that coming back to the board. Do you guys remember that coming back to the?
I remember we had, if I recall correctly, because we knew 180 was coming during budget time, we talked about allocation of resources and factoring all that into the budget request for the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, so we'll leave that alone. Everybody's good there. And that's the role of the executive director to provide that?
Mhm.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say, Commissioner, acting chair. This is all, like, I know we got stuck in a lot of this at executive session in terms of the past, but, I just want to say to all of us, this is like moving forward, so I think we got to be careful. And I said this a lot, this thing needs to be personality proof. Because we can't be writing or thinking that this is like based on just, oh, I dealt with this or you dealt with that, and I know we're taking the lived experiences for the past 3 years that we've been here, or 4 years, but, just a reminder that this is all moving forward. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. And this part is really moving forward because we have a new executive director. Hopefully that will start in the fall, and this will be their roles and responsibilities. So this is a really forward-looking section. So I just want to make sure this is what we as a board want our expectations of the new executive director.
And even for ourselves, right? Because you made the comment that, did any of us, did this come back to the board, right? That the impact, that there was a group on impact.
Yeah.
I know when I was sitting treasurer, we were having the CFO, Adriana would always say, hey, regs are coming. You guys have to, make space in the budget for regs, social consumption's coming, right? what does that mean? You know, how many more folks are we gonna have to hire, investigators? What does that mean? All that, right? So we have to think about that, but I just want to make sure we don't get stuck on the past and what we didn't do and didn't happen. And I think for, again, future commissioners, this is also sort of a checklist for us of stuff that, you know, we can now sort of even be accountable to each other to say, you know, have we done this? Have we, you know, has the executive director done this? Have we been a part of this? You know, so on and so forth. So, and I want the public to understand that too, because folks have so many questions around this document and don't, you know, realize what it really means and how thorough and the thought process that went into this stuff.
Definitely. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Okay, so moving on to S, provides information to commissioners on potential fiscal impacts of amending the executive director's annual goals. So there's a strike through, Attorney Carter, on my copy on the computer, but is there a strike through on the, no, there isn't. Okay, on T. T testifies before legislative and regulatory committees in support of the commission. U, serves as chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board. Now, I'm going to stop right here for a second. I think we talked about this. Somebody brought it up. The Commissioner Stebbins, I think you brought this up, the chair's role on the Cannabis Advisory Board as chair.
Yeah, it was in respect to, we discussed authority for the chair, the CAB chair, for the chair to make appointments to the CAB subcommittees or to solicit interest and make appointments. I just want to make sure that doesn't conflict with the executive director who does does serve as chair.
So thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, because my thought was, and I was under the assumption that it was the executive director that determined which commissioner is on which CAB subcommittee, but it's not, it's the chair.
No, I was saying that executive director, when we all started, the executive director gave us our appointment.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
And we looked at language under the chair, which said the chair can make appointments of commissioners to CAB subcommittees. And I don't think that's necessarily appropriate, or that we're taking that responsibility away from the executive director. So I think there needs to be some work to balance out those two kind of competing provisions.
So are you proposing to strike it from the chair's responsibility and leave it nested under the executive director, Commissioner Stebbins?
I mean, that was past practice for the ED to do it. I would worry about, I think we just put a pin in it where it said the chair would do that. The commission chair would do that as opposed to the CAB chair. I'm getting all my chairs clarified.
Clarifying question.
Commissioner Camargo.
So Commissioner Stebbins, you're saying that what you said earlier was about the actual chair of the commission to serve as the chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board.
No,
No,
I think we have language. Just go back. Let me see if I can go back to it.
Do we want the executive director to serve as the chair of the Cannabis Advisory
that's
Board?
in
That's in the
statute.
statute.
Okay, so what is the,
May I, Commissioner, I'm gonna jump in.
Yeah.
So basically, it's the executive director who has appointed the commissioners or as liaisons.
yes.
And so we have language that's contrary to that.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Stebbins is saying that it should be nested under the executive director. So my interpretation from what Commissioner Stebbins said is that we strike the language under the chair and leave it under the executive director. So I'm trying to, did you find it, Commissioner
Yeah,
Stebbins?
page 4, letter I.
Okay, so if we go back to page 4, letter I, for the chair, it says serves as liaison to the Cannabis Advisory Board, which we all do. We all serve as liaisons. And at a public meeting solicits interest from commissioners based on their interest, appoints commissioner liaisons to I think that needs to be nested under the executive director. I think we need to strike that language. That's I. Commissioner Camargo. Page 4, I. I think we can strike all of I.
If I may.
Yes.
Is there any value with the soliciting interest part? Or is that, I mean, we just move the entire piece over and then maybe that's cleaner.
I think we should just
Move it
move
over.
the whole piece to
Okay.
the ED.
Very good.
So Avania, on page 4, I. We're gonna
Yes.
lift that and shift that over to the executive director. And we're gonna put that, should we combine it with you? Or do we, Commissioner Stebbins, you're really good at placement of Romanettes and subsections. So we can either combine it with you or we can create a new V.
I think we could combine it with you, just say serves as chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board. I think we could also put in a footnote of where that's
Statute.
reflected in statute. And then say solicits interest from commissioners and based on their interests appoints commissioner liaison to CAB subcommittees.
I'm good with that. Thank you. Attorney Carter, you good with that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Camargo, are you okay with that? Debbie, any thoughts on that before we move on? You good? Yeah, okay. Okay,
Chair,
Avania,
if I
did you,
may,
yep.
you know, if you don't mind reading that for me.
Oh, no problem.
Sorry,
No
Vanya, I'll
problem.
speak.
So,
No,
if I
that's
understand,
okay.
if I understand Commissioner Stebbins, we're gonna combine it on you, right? So Avania, we're on you.
Yes.
Page 7. Serves as chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board, semicolon. Or should we put a period there? I'm wordsmithing, Avania, so bear with me. So,
Okay.
serves as a liaison to the Cannabis Advisory Board with CAB in parentheses, capital CAB, and at a public meeting, comma, solicits interest from commissioners and based on their interests, appoints commissioner liaisons to CAB subcommittees. Now, I don't think we need to add a public meeting, Attorney Carter, because the ED has one-on-one check-ins with us. Does that need to be done in public?
I'm not sure if it needs to be, but I do wonder. I don't know, I'm trying to think of a situation where maybe two members of the commission want to be on the same subcommittee. I don't know. To me, that seems like a discretionary matter, right? Maybe it's
Mhm.
done offline, maybe it's done at public meeting. I mean, maybe we don't need, maybe we just be silent to it and then the executive director can do whatever they feel is best.
Okay, so we're gonna strike, okay, Avania.
Can I
Yep, go ahead.
suggestion
Yep.
for me to address some other issues that we have? Start you with serves as chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board. Annually solicits interest from commissioners and based on their interests appoints commissioner liaisons to CAB subcommittees. So that recognizes they're serving as chair. Again, asking us annually if we want to continue to serve on the committee that we've been assigned to, and then having the authority to appoint us to those subcommittees.
Okay, I like that. If you could reread that for Avania. Avania, Commissioner Stebbins is gonna reread you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ivani, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. You serves as chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board. Annually solicits interest from commissioners and based on their interests appoints commissioner liaisons to CAB subcommittees.
Great. Thank you. Got it.
Thanks, Ivani.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Okay, moving on. W, coordinates responses to commissioner requests for information and staff support. W, as appropriate, informs, coordinates, and/or consults with the commissioners and general counsel on working with the Office of the Attorney General to seek representation and manage litigation strategy involving the commission. Everybody good there? Susan, there's a lot in that one. We're good?
Mhm.
Debbie, any thoughts on W?
No. No.
Okay.
Pretty straight.
Okay, X. Exercises emergency administrative powers to ensure staff and or public health and safety, if practicable, in collaboration with the chair. I'm gonna read that again. Exercises emergency administrative powers to ensure staff and or public health and safety, if practicable. It doesn't read right. Exercises emergency administrative powers to ensure staff and or public health and safety, if practicable, in collaboration with the chair. Those thoughts don't connect properly. I don't know what's trying to be accomplished.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I think what they're trying to get at is taking any steps to protect staff,
Mm-hmm.
but also understanding they have emergency administrative powers to ensure public health and safety. So it could read exercises emergency administrative powers to protect staff and or ensure public health and safety, if practicable, in collaboration with the chair.
Okay, is X just about ensuring that for the staff or for the general public as well?
I mean,
Yes, Commissioner Martin.
we had this conversation. It's allowing the executive director to, create an emergency administrative power, for a situation, whether it be, this is how I read it and I remember, staff members are not going to X place we have to put a hold on some kind of license or close the doors to some kind of license.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that's what that is referring to.
It just reads, I'm gonna use your word, flunky. Um. Do we have to be more inclusive here, General Counsel Carter? Because it says staff, do we put patients, consumers, citizens? I mean, this is. Go ahead, yes.
I do wonder if maybe this is something we want to think about, because
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me like very broad concepts, and I'm not exactly sure what we're articulating. I mean, because the way that I was thinking about it was like, maybe something like a quarantine order.
Like the Valley?
Yes, like something like that, or like, we think about some of the COVID orders that had to go out the door. But then, we're talking about protecting staff,
Right.
public health and safety.
We might have to break these apart.
It's both for sure. I mean, we can go back into the minutes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I mean, I do think the concept makes sense. Yeah.
yes.
I think what they're trying to say, and this is from an emergency perspective, and I
Yes.
agree with Attorney Carter, it's more like a bigger scale emergency issue.
I agree.
That they would be collaborating on. But it looks to me like it should say exercises emergency administrative powers to ensure staff and or public health safety, not and safety. So it's it's to ensure the safety of staff and the public, basically. So, and maybe health doesn't need to be there. So, and then it could be staff health and safety and public health and safety. I think that's what it's trying to.
How about X is exercise emergency administrative powers to ensure the public health and safety of commission staff, period. That should be a standalone. And then if you want to add a new Y, then we can talk about the public at large. I think they need to be, I think they're getting conflated and the full effect of what it's trying to do is not clear. So should we put a pin in X and kind of wordsmith it and come back to us with, okay, everybody good with that? Okay. Z works cooperatively with the treasurer and the secretary to fulfill their required roles. And double A works with each department to create relevant commission standard operating procedures, SOPs, consults with commissioners for input and feedback, and approves all SOPs. You know what's not in here?
Madam Chair,
Yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry if we missed this, but did we skip over Y?
Oh, I did. Nice catch. Thank you. Okay, we're going to backtrack to Y. Works cooperatively with the chair on, including but not limited to, policy matters, outreach, internal and external communications, commissioner meeting preparation, agenda setting, work and project assignments of commissioners, and accountability. Is not legislative outreach, but is that external communications? That would be under that. Okay, everybody good on Y? Okay, so I'll go back and I'll just reread double A. Works with each department to create relevant commission standard operating procedures, SOPs, consults with commissioners for input and feedback, and approves all SOPs. I don't remember reading, did we talk about charters, project charters?
It's in here.
It's in there? Okay, okay. Maybe as I was reading, I didn't. Okay, so I have some concerns around this section and it relates to how on A, B, and under J, Romanet 4. And my concern is the motion language that this board passed on June 13th is in direct violation. So if we ratify this charter, we are in immediately violation of it based on the motion language passed on June 13th by this board, which removed powers from the acting executive director. So,
Where are you?
so I'm on page 6 and I'm going back now to A and B. Okay, is the executive and administrative head of the commission, directs, manages, and coordinates all work with staff. So the motion language passed on June 13th stripped for all intents and purposes, the acting executive director of the power to direct and manage the staff, that they're running their own ship. And she may be considered a signatory as head of agency, but she's really not the executive and administrative head based on this motion language. And also when under contracts, enters into and executes contracts with suppliers and vendors in accordance with standard operating procedures. So right now, the chiefs, so for instance, IT, they're manning their own ships with contracts, whether it's metric. So either we need to reverse this motion language, my purview is we either have to reverse this motion language that was done on June 13th, or we will be in violation of this document the second it is signed. You can't have it both ways. You cannot reconcile it. So we can put a ginormous pin, as my daughter was, in this section and think about what we want to do if we want to reverse the motion language, because right now they don't reconcile. It's the chiefs running their own ship, which is in violation of A, B, and under J, Romanet 4. Or this is just a nothing burger paper, the charter, because it will be in direct violation. So I'm going to just park that there and if anybody wants to add any commentary, but when, on our next meeting, we're gonna have to give that serious consideration and thought, because then this is non-binding, nothing burger if we don't reverse this motion language. So I have serious concerns on this section, and I felt it appropriate to discuss it at this time. So I don't know if anybody has any further comments. Carter?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So, when we think about this document, right, it's a forward-looking document. So it would be my suggestion that this document would supersede any decision or previous vote. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, I want to understand that. So then the motion language passed is null and void, and Debbie goes back to overseeing the chiefs based on this document, on this charter.
If this document is approved, this is the document that governs.
Okay, so, but the motion language passed, so I feel it would be appropriate to vote to reverse the motion language.
We can wordsmith the motion language to be very, very clear. But this would be the document that governs, because that's the point of this exercise.
Exactly.
As I understand it, is, we're looking forward. So we certainly can have some type of language as it relates to superseding any other previous votes. But there may need to be some exceptions carved in there as well, like when we're thinking about some of the delegations that were made. So I mean, I do think we could think about it sort of
Okay,
broadly, but I certainly hear the point that you're making. I mean, some things like related to contracts, as I understand it, right, do fall within the CFAO, and I think that's been a practice for some time. But as it relates to like how we move forward and the duties outlined in this document, I certainly think we can craft a motion language that says this is the standard moving forward.
okay. So you guys the legal team will develop motion language that will supersede this, and, okay.
At least that's my understanding of what is
Yeah,
the
'cause-
desire of the commission, which is this is the expectation moving forward.
So I just to be frank with the board, like, I can't sign a document that is gonna be instantaneously, be in conflict, that we're not gonna, so this needs to be rectified. This is a big sticking point. This is like in direct conflict of what we're saying, this motion language. So it's a big sticking point. So I'm grateful to that suggestion, and I look forward to seeing that motion language. But Commissioner Quargo, do you have any comments on that or
Yeah, no,
anything?
And I don't know if, I mean, maybe today is the day to talk about it or not, but I think I'm trying to be mindful of the word stripped. I think that's the headliner that folks were using in the media, stripped of the powers. And how I understand it, and what I voted for was our acting ED to sort of shift her focus, but it's still the acting ED. And our acting ED is sitting here. I know it's a very tough role to be in. I know that last process that she went through was very difficult as well. And I don't know whether she wants to speak or not, but I think the word stripped, I think that sort of, we need to either discuss that, because that's what people are perceiving it as. My understanding, and my understanding was also that the chiefs, prior to this acting executive director, our former executive director, if gone or out for the day and whatnot, the chiefs were managing their respective departments, because they're chiefs. As of right now, I understand, where we're at in terms of the motion that we did with the acting executive director. And I understand what you're saying in terms of the document. I just want to make sure that we are mindful, because and acting executive director, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I believe you are hiring, you still have the powers to hire, to terminate, to move budget around, to do performance evaluations. You are still acting in an acting executive director capacity. I know we had Commissioner Roy, you mentioned earlier that acting chair and Commissioner Concepcion are meeting with the chiefs as a practice right now. So, you know, I know you're not good with the motion. I also know that there's misconception and misinformation of what stripped means. And I think that, you know, if we want to talk about it today, then we should, because we continue to go back and forth on this. And we're putting our acting executive director in a predicament. This stuff is impacting how everybody does work and how everybody feels in this place, when some of the stuff is not real. So when we say stripped, we have to be mindful of what does that really mean. And if we need to go back and check the conversation and check the powers. And also, again, Debbie, you're here. To my knowledge, unless I don't know something, I don't know everything in this place, but you have been acting with all powers as an executive director. Maybe the chiefs and all that, that's probably something different, but I don't know. So that's, could be wrong, but I just need to say that because it's a situation, obviously.
Okay, and I think you have your hand up, but before I acknowledge Commissioner Stebbins, I'm going to read from the enabling statute, chapter 10, section 76J. The executive director shall be a person with skill and experience in management, shall be the executive and administrative head of the commission, and shall be responsible for the administering and shall be responsible for the administering and enforcing the law relative to the commission and to each administrative unit thereof. And that's where there's a rub. Okay, Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. I hear you and understand your point. I do want to pick up, because I think it is time we address the narrative that's been out there. If you recall those discussions, nowhere does the word strip appear in any motion. I think at that time, were taking steps, which I think are outlined on page 2 in terms of responsibility of the commissioners as stewards of the commission, to ask the acting ED CPO to focus on what we thought were human resource issues that needed to be addressed. We had a good conversation about it. What made me comfortable in voting for that motion was, comments that our AED made in terms of appreciating the work of the chiefs, respecting the work of the chiefs, feeling that she didn't have to have regular check-ins for the chiefs because she respected the work that they were doing. And again, it was more of a direction of us, or at least I saw the motion that way, a direction of ours to say, focus on filling these spots. And we've seen a lot of success with that. Focus on, where she brings tremendous expertise to the commission around HR issues. But, again, to push back a little bit on the narrative, there was no stripping of any official responsibilities of the ED. We're merely asking her to focus on the human resource issues, which have been obviously well broadcast and well publicized, and helping to bring some of those new team members on, building out her department as she saw fit. And again, going back to, to give this charter some meat, the commissioners, including the chair, stewards of the commission, and working to achieve the commission's statutory mandates and missions. The commissioners act in the best interest of the commission and on behalf of the public, act to ensure a safe, equitable, and effective medical and adult use cannabis industry. That's broad authority, and I know we're trying to get through this governance charter to not erase, but give some clarity to that rub. But again, I don't necessarily see the tie between the two, as you stated, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Again, I'm going to read from statute and then I'm going to read the motion language. And I don't think they comport. The executive director shall be the person with skill and experience in management, shall be the executive and administrative head of the commission, and shall be responsible for administering and enforcing the laws relative to the commission and to each administrative unit thereof. Motion language directs the AED to delegate the following responsibilities to the chiefs. The general counsel to oversee all legal issues affecting the commission, including but not limited to labor and employment, contracts, procurement, litigation, claims, public records, open meeting law, ethics, and the promulgation of regulations. The chief of investigations and enforcement to oversee all matters related to investigations, compliance, enforcement actions, licensing matters otherwise delegated to the ED. The chief financial and accounting officer to oversee and lead in budget preparation, spending, planning, procurements, funding, books of account and accounting records. Chief Technology and Innovation Officer to oversee all information technology, cybersecurity, and internal control planning. Chief Research Officer to oversee all research activities mandated by statute consistent with the overall goal to support work of the commission and be a leading cannabis research resource center. The Chief Communications Officer to oversee all activities regarding traditional communications, digital and creative services, government affairs, equity programming, and community outreach. In the event of the absence of the chief, the director or the respective departments will have oversight, oversight over their individual business units and activities. Again, according to the statute, that the executive director shall enforce the law relative to the commission and to each administrative unit thereof. So you might not like the language stripping, so let's just say removing. So we removed it from the AED. That doesn't comport with this document, and we will be in violation of it the second we sign it. So
If I may.
to Attorney Carter's point, I would love to see creative language to rectify that. Thank you. And of course, Mark, I see your hand, but
Yes, absolutely. Just to put a pin on it, this document is, as I understand it, forward-looking, and that is the intent. And once the commission makes a decision on that, that is how we will move forward.
Mr. Margot.
No, I just want to say that we're going back up, and I understand. I get it, but we're continuing going back. You're describing a motion that we put to vote and we voted on it. And I understand what you're reading. I see what you're reading. This document is to move forward. You said it yourself. I'm not signing a document that doesn't have X, Y, and Z. We're not even there yet. So I would encourage us to put a big pin on it. I think you said how your daughter says it, and move forward. And I think we also need to be mindful because we spent 16 sessions in executive session having these conversations. And I know you weren't there the last day, not to your fault, but these conversations happened prior to that last day in executive session. And we spent a lot of time going around and really debating this and being uncomfortable with each other and, all that good stuff. So I just want to encourage us to move forward, because I see what you're doing, Commissioner Roy, is that you're bringing us back and you're bringing us to current situations and things that are, currently sort of happening at the commission. And I appreciate you bringing it up and talking about it, but I think we need to move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Parra. And you're right, we did have robust conversations in the mediation sessions, but things changed from then till now with this motion language. And this isn't backwards looking. This is current. This is present tense. This is what's happening now. So having said that, we'll put a pin in it and we'll look forward to legal providing some possible guidance and language for us. Okay. Thank you. Can I ask? Yes.
So we're asking legal to give us guidance and language on what exactly, because the motion that was put forward on the executive director's role was a motion that was voted on. So what are we asking legal to do?
So Attorney Carter said that this document will supersede that. So he's going to put motion language that expresses that, correct, Attorney Carter?
Yes, so as I understand it, right, and ultimately, it's the will of the commission, and what type of motion language, you will accept. But if I were to make a recommendation as it relates to all of the, the huge amount of investment that we have made in this document, it would be my suggestion that this is the document that governs moving forward. And, we have to make, we got to wordsmith a little bit, but, high level, this is the document that governs. This is the expectations for all parties, whether it's the commissioners, the chair, the ED, the general counsel, the CPO. This is the document. So I would, try to work on some language that sets that expectation.
Thank you. And I would just say, though, be careful of a slippery slope, because this document will undo this motion. That's what I'm understanding, but will it undo, all of our,
That's what I was gonna ask.
like, there's a slippery slope.
Yes.
So I think we have to be mindful of that too, general counsel.
I completely agree. Like, and the big one that I have in my mind is delegations. But I mean, I think it can be done consistently, and I know we are pressing up against 4 o'clock, but like, the language as it relates to delegations that were made, so we can carve out, notwithstanding previous delegations, we can craft language that sets the expectation that this is the document.
Thank you very much. So I'm gonna pause here because we're up against the clock, and I'm just gonna, Avania, we are leaving off on page 7. So when we reconvene, it will be the public meeting agenda setting section on page 7. And before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I'm going to turn to my colleagues and see if they want to provide any closing comments. So Commissioner Camargo.
I don't have closing comments, just that well, I guess I do have closing comments, but before I have a closing comment, I wanted to bring up a topic that I guess wasn't anticipated before, and I wanted to just make the comment and then ask my fellow commissioners a question.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so this is business unanticipated.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
okay, and then I'll make closing comments and other stuff. So I think, well, first of all, thank you.
Thank
Acting
you.
Chair Roy, for everything today, and I'm glad that we're moving forward, like we said, ahead. And thinking ahead, I think we are all aware, when I say we, I mean our internal team, our legal compliance, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, I think you all have been made aware of the situation as it relates to the applicants who are expired provisional approvals.
Yeah.
And it's a topic that I would like to discuss sooner rather than later as a policy.
Yep.
Coming from us as commissioners. We have to figure out what, if anything, we do. My position with that universe is that we think about an extension for those folks in that universe, and it's very specific and it's very small. Those who are applicants who are expired provisional approvals. It's a clunky word, but that's
I know what you mean.
here. And our next public hearing is next Thursday. I don't know if we can add that to the conversation. Maybe our CIE and legal can talk from now until Thursday, because otherwise our next public meeting is in September. And as we all know, this is one of the hardest industries to raise money for right now. Folks are in a rut when it comes to raising money, and this is a very crucial moment. And I really would want to bring that conversation up. So thank you for allowing me to bring it up. And also, I'm hoping that we can have that discussion next Thursday.
Commissioner Camargo, thank you so much. I would love to have that conversation. I'm glad that you brought that up. So we'll work with the AED and we'll work with general counsel and to see if we can provide time next Thursday, maybe after we meet with the outdoor growers, and but we would need appropriate staff. There will be questions, right, for licensing, for CIE. So we want to make sure that we have appropriate staff accessible for next Thursday. That would be my only caveat, Commissioner Camargo, but I agree. I support that 100%.
Absolutely. I agree. And if I may, I think that, I know there's a lot on the plate, but I think from now until next Thursday, I think we can also individually meet with who we need to meet with internally to ask any questions or
Yep.
anything else. But no, absolutely. I mean, it's a huge policy
Mhm.
conversation and decision. And my
I agree.
hope and goal is that we make it next Thursday so that we can go into the fall with this policy already.
I agree. And I guess I don't have a full handle. I'd like to know how many are in that,
Correct.
fall in that bucket.
Yeah.
And of them, how many are SCP, EEA, DBE? So, thank you. That was super important. Any, closing comments?
Oh, this is.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any comments or,
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I agree. I think we got to address it next Thursday. Taking into consideration if you are a social equity participant, there's another round of funding coming up for Social Equity Trust Fund. We don't want folks to miss that, obviously, talking about financial resources. We don't want folks to miss that. So I think we need to have our internal team and have conversations with commissioners 2 by 2, 1 by 1, however we can do it to get our arms around this issue with respect to this. I don't think it's a huge population, but it's an impactful population. And again, you know, we don't want any of our SEP or EEs to miss out on getting some funding through the next Social Equity Trust Fund. Now, just final comments. A lot of good work today. You know, great to see us moving towards bringing this charter to fruition and closure. We've talked about it a long time. It'll be a great document directing and helping future commissioners, future executive directors tackle the work. You know, I came from the Gaming Commission. We did not have one of these. As iterations of commissioners unfold, you know, I think it's a helpful document. We're obviously going to have healthy conversations and disagreements around pieces of it, but you know, a lot of good work today. And again, it's something long overdue. Obviously, the work started quite a while ago, but you know, as quickly as we can bring it to conclusion would be great.
great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Stebbins. And in the vein of new business unanticipated, I want to piggyback on what you said about the provisional folks who may be expiring or expired. And along that, you know, as my work as treasurer is, I've enjoyed the role immensely, and the finance team is incredible. And we've been working very hard to revisit our internal controls, and as we evolve as an agency, what we can do. And you know, recently, and it's been in the news about fees, and I want to take this time to acknowledge our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Noam Kamalo. She has done tremendous work with that department and the licensing team, enforcement council. They're all such a pleasure to work with, and I know they are leaving no stone unturned, and I want to thank them for that. But along those lines, as we talk about improvements, whether it's automation or whether it's moving things from a certain department over to finance, I'm also making a recommendation, and I've talked to AED about it, and I've talked to our chief, our CFAO about it, and I did relay through Enforcement Council to our CIE. I'm recommending a forensic audit. Because we do work with outside groups, Citrin and Koopman, by saying them right, for our HCAs, we don't have any certified public accountants on our staff that I'm aware of. And I think it would be great to bring in a fresh set of eyes that could look at trends for us, right? We need to look at trends, and how do we evolve in our policy decisions based on those trends, and how do we tighten up our internal controls, and how do we become more efficient and evolve? So I'm making a recommendation for a forensic audit to help us, and that will impact how we move forward as a board in our policy, and to bring in outside eyes that can turn to us and say, you know, your trends are moving in this direction, and maybe it's not a good direction, but we need to know that. And you know me, I always ask for data, right, at all of these meetings and the slides. So I'm making that recommendation, and I'll work with our AED and our CFAO and our CIE to see if we can get that and make it transparent and share it with the public. And I think that would be a good thing at the end of the day. So I just wanted to share that thought. And for my closing comments, I just want to thank my fellow commissioners. I want to thank our acting general counsel, Carter. I want to thank our AED, Debbie Hilton Creek, and all the staff for all this work and everything that's gone in. And I think today was highly productive, and we were very thoughtful and thorough. And I look forward to continuing this work. So thank you all, and I appreciate all of you. So thank you. And with that, I will look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. Let the record show unanimous for adjournment. Thank you all. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good job.